Hi, welcome to my channel. The full version of the audiobook is available on my Patreon. You can quickly find it through the link in my profile description. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 1, The Boy from the Fishing Port. March, 2002. Neum, Bosnia and Herzegovina. On the narrow coastal plain, the Dalmatia coast became the most important location for port construction in this region. However, compared to its long and narrow coastline, Bosnia and Herzegovina has only 24 kilometers of coastline and a harbor called Nem. This is also the only port of departure for Bosnian fishermen and their fleets. At night, the sky is dotted with stars, and a bright moon shines its light amidst the surrounding stars. But the faint light could not dispel the darkness of the vast sea. A lighthouse stands on the sea surface that seems to swallow everything. The faint light emanating from the top of the lighthouse became the only source of light on the entire dark sea. The flashing lights became the only landmark on the dark sea, as if welcoming sailors home. Shortly after, a deep whistle broke the silence of the sea. Wah-wah. The deep horn of the ship continued to travel forward, and soon they arrived at the port. In an instant, the once quiet port became bustling with activity. As the lights shone down from the dome, the workers and sailors, who had been fast asleep, got up. They're back in Hong Kong. They're back in Hong Kong. Everyone get up and get to work. Get up quickly, the fleet is returning to port. One by one, the workers got up, skillfully put on their overalls and waterproof pants, slipped on their rain boots, pulled up a single-wheeled cart from the side, gripped the handles tightly with both hands, and were ready to rush out at any moment. The port workers, their skin tanned dark, their hair disheveled, their eyes gleaming as they watched the returning fleet of ships. But there was one figure who stood out from the crowd. This is a child who is about 150 centimeters tall, with yellow skin and black hair. His thin body is wearing a pair of loose-fitting waterproof overalls. The overalls are tied very tightly and knotted on both sides of his body, trying to lift the clothes up as much as possible. Even so, his crotch still sags badly, making him look like a short-legged little person. In this extremely comical scene, the surrounding workers completely ignored him. The little guy had a round head and chubby cheeks, looking about 12 or 13 years old, but his gaze was fixed firmly ahead, as if he wanted to carve out a path among the workers. At this moment, fishing boats began to enter the port and anchor. With the orders of the managers at the front, the workers surged forward like a flood. I am coming. First come, first served. Are you running too slow? The workers quickly pushed the wheelbarrows forward. In a port lacking machinery, manpower was the most reliable means of transportation. These workers would gather here every time the fleet returned to port, since they could earn 10 marks for each haul, and a few trips could earn them almost half a month's wages. Therefore, every time the fleet returns to port, it is a good time for these workers to make quick money. Soon, the fastest workers broke through the encirclement to form the first echelon, but surprisingly, the boy was among them. The boy had short legs, but his feet moved quickly. He nimbly dodged through the crowd, pushing his wheelbarrow to avoid confrontation with the burly workers, while maintaining enough speed to keep up with the first group. The first group of workers quickly arrived in front of the fleet. The boy found a boat moored on the shore and shouted, "Kovic, hurry. Load the cargo." A head popped out from the ship. It was a young man of about 25 years old, wearing a sailor's hat. When he saw the boy, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Hey. Sook, long time no see. Long time no see. Hurry up and load the goods." The boy named Sook waved his hand dismissively and urged him on again. Kovic shrugged, turned and shouted, "Captain, get ready to load." A man with a thick beard smiled, turned around and shouted, "Guys, Sook is here to urge us to load the goods." Upon hearing this, laughter erupted on the ship. Sook's round face showed a hint of dissatisfaction, but the crew members were quick to act. They opened the tank lid and began to sort the fish, then shoveled some of them into the wheelbarrow's cargo compartment. Finally, young Sook covered it with a wooden plank, turned around, and charged off to the other side. Sook had a flexible body, but his body was clearly not fully developed, and his strength was extremely weak. As a result, he struggled a lot while pushing the cart, and his speed was greatly reduced. He was soon left behind by the other workers. Gazing at the distant delivery point illuminated by the streetlights, Suk couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Foolish port, why put the delivery point so far away? He was cursing, but he kept running forward with all his might. However, his short legs slowed down considerably when he was carrying a heavy load, and after one run, he ended up in the last group. Splash! Suk arrived at the delivery point, a row of delivery points marked with 10 water tanks from 1 to 10. Opposite each water tank sat a recorder who would write down the worker's name after each unloading. Suk's movements were very smooth. He quickly wedged the wheelbarrow's wheel onto the wooden board, flicked the handlebars upward, and tilted the catch directly into the plastic tank. Then he turned and ran away. Suk. Once. The recorder across the sink said something in a low voice and immediately wrote it down. With the hard work of the workers, the catch was quickly moved away within an hour. After finishing the moving work, it's time for the much-anticipated payment stage. The morning sun shines on the harbor, and merchants are satisfied with their catch, preparing to sell it. Some local residents also come to buy fish to resell at the market. The entire port became even more bustling. On the other side, workers lined up in a long queue, with a manager at the front distributing commissions. Sisik, 15 times, 150 marks. A Bosnian Muslim man happily accepted the money from the person in charge. After confirming that everything was correct, he turned and left with a smile. His hard work that morning was enough to earn him half a month's salary. Svikik, 13 times, 130 marks. This is a man of Croatian descent. Bosnia and Herzegovina borders Croatia, and there are many Croatians making a living in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The workers received their wages in an orderly fashion. Soon, the short Suk stood in front of the person in charge. The man glanced at Suk, pulled out a stack of banknotes, and said, "Suk, 10 times, 100 marks." Suk's eyes widened, and he shouted, "No, I moved it 12 times in total." "You missed counting too." The person in charge frowned and said, "They remember it very clearly, only 10 times." "He's mistaken." Suk shouted. "You can't withhold wages. If you do that, who will want to work here in the future?" The person in charge had a cold expression, and the workers behind him looked at Suk impatiently. But Suk persisted. The little guy wasn't tall, but he had a loud and clear voice, which quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. As the crowd grew larger, the person in charge felt the situation was getting out of hand. He looked down at Suk and said coldly, "Just 10 times. If you want to continue doing this job, then take your money and get out." Seeing the strong threat in the other person's eyes, Suk looked down at the money, then snatched it away, gave the person in charge an international greeting, and immediately turned and left. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Suk knew very well that if he continued to argue, he would not only lose the money, but might even get beaten up. With Sukur's departure, the farce came to an end, and the workers continued to line up to receive their wages. At this moment, Suk sat down on a step at the edge of the port, looked down at the money in his hand, and said with a regretful expression, "I'm short 20 marks, which is enough for 10 cups of milk. That heartless Haroon, why did he target me?" Suk grew increasingly melancholy, his little head drooping in frustration. "Losing a little money is better than losing my job." Suddenly, a sound came from the side. Suk turned his head and saw the young man named Kovic who had been on the ship earlier standing next to him. Kovic tossed the milk over, and Suk's eyes lit up when he saw it. He immediately caught it, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. Watching Suk drink the milk in one gulp, Kovic looked him up and down and said, "How come you haven't grown at all? I was over 170 centimeters tall when I was 16. President." Suk licked the milk residue from his lips, turned around and said seriously, "I just developed a little late." Kovic grinned. Who would believe that this 150 centimeters tall guy is actually a professional player in the 3rd division of Bosnia and Herzegovina? Sukur extended his index finger and waved it from side to side, saying earnestly, "He's the best shooter." Kovic raised an eyebrow. "How many have you scored this season?" 8 goals so far. The league should be in its 12th round now, right? Kovic asked, slightly surprised. Sukur, 11 rounds, 8 goals. Kovic gave a thumbs up, "Awesome." Sukur turned and laughed, "A guy like me who's still sticking on, have you ever thought about coming back to play football? Kovic laughed and said, what football? I'm 25 and I'm still playing in the third tier. To put it nicely, it's the third tier, but in the whole of Bosnia and Herzegovina, apart from the Super League, the rest are all amateur. I don't want to play football while working to make a living. Suker, I still miss your passes, those fancy long passes. Kovic smiled, propped himself up and sat down next to Suker, and said, I've given up football. I think I made the right decision. You should wish me luck. Suk said helplessly, all right, then I wish you the best. After a pause, Suker turned to Kovic and smiled, as a former teammate, can you do me a favor? Kovic asked curiously, what kind of help? A fierce look appeared on Suk's childish face. He said menacingly, testify for me. I'm going to report Harun for employing child labor. Kovic opened his mouth in surprise and said, are you serious? Suk, that guy withheld a lot of my commission, I'm making him pay it back double. Chapter 2, The Mostar Wanderers. The Bosnian police are very concerned about their only port, and therefore, upon receiving a tip and solid evidence, they immediately launched an operation against Harun. Suk didn't know how he would be punished. In any case, he was dragged out of the police station by the coach. Olip is a very fat man weighing over 100 kilograms. His height of 175 centimeters combined with his bulky figure gives him a turbulent appearance. Wearing a blue tracksuit, even though it was a loose fit, it looked tight on Olip. He always wore a whistle around his neck, as if it were a sign of his identity as the head coach. Olip is also the coach of Mostar Rangers, the Bosnian second division team where Suker plays. Olip picked up Suk like a chick and carried him to a corner of the street, then said angrily, you promised me. Suk lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong, and remained silent. Seeing this, Olip became even angrier. Speak. Do you think I'll still believe you? Olip said angrily. The police have already warned you that if a similar incident occurs again, you will be deported back to Croatia. If you want to continue playing football here, you'd better behave yourself. Suk quickly looked up and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing Suk's childlike face, Olip's anger quickly dissipated. In fact, Olip felt very sorry for this young man who was stranded in a foreign land and pursuing his football dream. After saying that, Alpier pulled Suk into a single-box van, then walked around to the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Olip started the car and said succinctly, today is match day. Suk looked up in surprise, there's no match today. Olip casually remarked, the schedule has changed. Suker simply nodded. In fact, changing the schedule is a very frequent occurrence in the Bosnian second division. Because the financial situation of the teams in the entire second division is very bad, they cannot afford to pay the players high salaries. In order to supplement their living expenses, many players choose to work part-time. That's Suker's situation. After all, wanting to play football while also making a living is inherently a very difficult thing. For most players, the reason they are still playing is simple, to escape the second division and be promoted to the Bosnian Premier League or transfer to a team in the Premier League. This is the only way out for those who are still persevering. Of course, there are also people like Kovic who believe they can't make a living from football and eventually give up to find other ways to make a living. While players in top European leagues are making big money and dating beautiful women, players in lower leagues are still struggling to make ends meet. It can be said that football here is a sport that presents two extremes. Only a small group of people who manage to cross the narrow bridge and enter the top league can truly experience the joy that comes from professional football. The van sped along the asphalt road, and while steering, Olip pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it over. The guardianship application has been approved, and Sakovic will not contact you again. Upon hearing this, Suk's face lit up with surprise. Approved? Seeing the other person's happy expression, Olip couldn't help but smile and said, yes, it's approved. So, kid, score a few more goals under my tutelage, and you'll be able to transfer to a Super League team later. Suk unfolded the paper and looked at its contents before smiling with satisfaction, we'll be promoted to the Super League together. Olip smiled but didn't say anything. But you really don't want to go back to Croatia? Suker shrugged. I don't want to go back to being a priest. Olip nodded, indicating that he understood. This series of events is related to Suk's background. Sukban was a child at a church orphanage in Croatia who caught the eye of Sakovic, a worshipper, during a football exhibition match held inside the church. Sakovic is a youth training coach in Bosnia and Herzegovina. He saw Suker's talent and wanted to develop him. After being persuaded, he became Suker's guardian in Bosnia and Herzegovina and took him there for youth training. In fact, the whole process went very smoothly, and Suker performed very well. But the only problem is health. At the age of 14, Suk seemed to stop growing, and his height just wouldn't increase. At the age of 15, when his peers had already exceeded the 170 centimeters mark, and some had even reached 180 centimeters in height, Suk still maintained a petite stature of 150 centimeters. This physique has caused great trouble for the young center forward. The two sides were completely polar opposites in the confrontation. Although Suker was very agile, in youth training, if you don't meet the height standard, you are basically labeled as unqualified. Moreover, Suker's talent was not high enough for Sakovic to think that his height could be ignored. Ultimately, Suker was removed from the youth academy roster by Sakovic, who planned to send him back to Croatia. But the stubborn Suker ultimately chose to flee and join the Mostar Rangers team. After a period of adjustment, Suker performed very well here, and in the end, after negotiations between Olip and Sakovic, transitional custody was chosen. For Sakovic, all he needs to do is get rid of this trouble. The two hit it off immediately, and the whole process went very smoothly. Suker did not disappoint Olip's expectations, scoring 9 goals for the team last season and leading the top scorer list this season with 8 goals in 11 rounds. It's hard to imagine that this boy, who is only 150 centimeters tall, could perform so brilliantly in the physically demanding Bosnian league. The truck drove off the paved road and into a mountainous area. Despite the bumpy road conditions, the single-box truck continued forward, weaving through the narrow dirt road. Before long, the surrounding grass gradually receded, and a simple archway came into view. 2 slender bamboo poles support a banner that reads, "Welcome to Mostar Wanderers," in Croatian. Yes, Mostar Rangers is a team that brings together Croatians. After passing through a simple archway, a sports field surrounded by a waist-high fence comes into view. But compared to a football field, this place should be called a ranch. The lawn was in terrible condition, with brown, sticky soil that had been turned over. The nets on both sides were tattered and torn, with knots tied around the holes, making the entire net look very rough. Not far away, herds of cattle grazed with their heads down, the air filled with the mixed smell of grass and cow dung. It's fair to say that the environment here makes many opposing teams feel uncomfortable, but for Mostar Rangers, it's the perfect home ground. Compared to opponents who are not used to the pitch, those who always play here know everything about the field, even where there are potholes, where the grass is bad, and which way to pass the ball to slow it down. When Olip and Suker arrived at the stadium, there were already quite a few people around. The attendance at professional league matches in Bosnia and Herzegovina is generally not very good. Sometimes, Bosnian Premier League matches don't even draw 1,000 spectators. But for this match, Mostar Rangers had nearly 150 fans, and the number of people including the surrounding residents who were watching the spectacle exceeded 200. Mostar Rangers are indeed a second division team, but their transfer market is definitely the most vibrant in the entire second division. Suker didn't know the specific reason, but there were always a lot of fans at every game. A match costs 30 marks, tickets are very cheap, and you can even sneak in from other places to watch the game and achieve your goal of fair evasion. But the fans gathered here spontaneously handed the ticket money directly to Olip. Olip was busy collecting money, with a group of Mostar Rangers players behind him, including Suker. Suker sat on the ground and changed into a red and black striped jersey. To be honest, Suker doesn't like this jersey because the stripes are horizontal, giving it a prison uniform feel. But as it's their home jersey, they couldn't refuse. After putting on his jersey, Suker took out his shoes from the truck. These are tattered sneakers, the leather at the toe is peeling and there are even a few holes, but they're still wearable. Finally, I tucked the shin guards into my socks and patted them gently. In the Bosnian league, shin guards are essential for protecting legs. Even if Grealish came, he would have to wear standard shin guards, otherwise his sexy calves would be ruined by his tackles. After getting dressed, Suk began to greet everyone. "Boss, pass me the ball more often today." Suker first greeted a man wearing a number 10 jersey, who was the oldest and looked to be in his 30s. His name is Ivan Linar, he is the team captain, and he is 35 years old. Linar is the most famous carpenter in the entire town of Mostar, and as meticulous with his hands, he also has excellent footwork. Linar is the playmaker for Mostar Rangers and also the one who feeds the ball to Sukar. It can be said that Mostar Rangers' main offensive line is the connection between Sukar and Linar. Linar twisted his waist to stretch and smiled at Suk. He also really likes this teammate who always manages to score goals. After all, who likes to lose? After greeting the captain, Sukar turned and shouted to another spot, Bakshi, concede 2 fewer goals today, don't make things harder for me. Baksik, the goalkeeper for Mostar Rangers, is a super sieve. He always drops the ball. In the words of head coach Olip, all the opponent had to do was shoot, and Baksh could put the ball into his own goal. After Suk shouted, a bald young man stood up and lunged at Suk, yelling loudly. Suk nimbly dodged and, after several twists and turns, successfully knocked down the bald goalkeeper named Bakshi. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. As the Mostar Rangers players were exchanging words, Sarajevo FC, their opponents in this match, were watching them from the other side of the field. Sarajevo FC sounds impressive, but it's actually a terrible club. After all, teams playing in the second division are all pretty much the same. Their situation is similar to that of Mostar Rangers, but since they are a team from the capital, they receive better treatment. After both sides completed their final preparations, they finally began to formulate their tactics amidst the cheers of the surrounding fans. Chapter 3, Don't Let Me Shake You Off. The Bosnian Premier League started in 1997, so its history is not long. The Bosnian Second Division only officially started operating in 2000, and this is currently the second season of the Second Division. It is still in the exploratory stage, so the schedule is not very tight. The competition ended early in April, and the players went on vacation and started their working lives. It also includes a winter break, so the overall schedule isn't too stressful, which allows these low-income players more time to rest and balance their lives and careers. The tournament has now completed 11 rounds, and the entire competition is more than halfway through. Mostar Rangers are currently in 4th place on the leaderboard, a long way from the promotion zone. Sarajevo FC is in 3rd place, and is considered an opponent that Mostar Rangers must defeat to advance. Keep an eye on that short guy, number 9. Sarajevo FC captain Roque spoke fiercely to his newly joined teammates. Basil is a 22-year-old German who came to Bosnia and Herzegovina because of his parents' work and joined the club based on his previous football experience. Basil naturally possessed the meticulousness of a German, but looking at that 150 centimeters little bean, a series of question marks appeared in his mind. Him. Center. Number 9. Her petite and thin figure, as well as her chubby baby face, give her a childlike appearance. This is quite different from his impression of center forwards who are tall, strong, and incredibly tough. Don't underestimate him, that guy has scored 8 goals in 11 games. Captain Locke said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Basilton's expression immediately turned serious. The opponent's appearance was very deceptive, but the fact that he could score 8 goals in 11 games said a lot. After both teams completed their final preparations, they entered the field under the guidance of 3 referees. Go for it, Suk. Let them see what I'm made of. I await news of your victory. Go for it, warriors of Mostar. The fans at the scene were very enthusiastic. Although there were only about 200 people, they made the whole stadium extremely lively. Suk followed at the very back of the tall, imposing team members, making the entire group appear as if there were gaps in the formation. As they high-fived, Basil looked at the guy who was tilting his head back and raising his fist, still with a puzzled expression on his face. How did this guy even score 8 goals? Basil couldn't understand. Was the entire Bosnian second division a bunch of weak teams? Why let this little kid score a goal? After arriving at his own half, Linar nudged Sukar on the head with his shoulder and laughed, that guy looks confused. Sukar pursed his lips, after all, I'm very different from traditional centers. Linar laughed and said, don't worry, I'll pass the ball to you. Suk nodded slightly. He took a deep breath, looked ahead, and murmured softly, May 9th Master protect me. Here. Pass the ball. Give it to me. Give it to me. Shovel it out. The match was incredibly intense, not in terms of pace, but in terms of physical confrontation. The pace of the game was not fast, the speed of ball movement and passing was also slow, and there were many problems with the transition between offense and defense. But the key point is that these people actually dare to use shovels. Whenever he gets beaten or there's a threatening attack, he'll definitely make a sliding tackle, and often it's not for the ball, but to take down the person with the ball. This is also a characteristic of the Bosnian League. If the English Premier League is the most competitive league, then the Bosnian League is definitely the most brutal. The referee would not waver in the slightest in the face of such a tackle. Bang! Linar and Locke clashed feet fiercely. As captains of both teams, neither showed any intention of backing down in the battle for possession of the ball, and they took the initiative to meet up and challenge each other. This time, the ball was squeezed and sent flying. However, the two did not stay in place, but continued to chase the ball and had a second foot-to-foot exchange. Bang! This time, the two men's feet collided violently, the sound of bones hitting each other making those around them wince and feel pain in their feet. But the two men stubbornly continued chasing the ball, limping, showing no intention of giving up. The ball eventually fell to Mostar's fullback Kodik, who passed it down the wing to his teammate, while Sukur also moved toward that side. Seeing Sukur move, Barzal immediately followed. With his back to the attackers, Suk could sense Basil's presence behind him. At that moment, Suk suddenly started moving, abruptly turning around and thrusting forward behind him. Barzal turned around instinctively, but he quickly realized what was happening. Wrong! Basil thought to himself, this short man is trying to get his attention. Sure enough, the opposing midfielder immediately passed the ball straight down the middle, attempting a pinpoint through ball. But Bazaar was not led astray by Sukur and blocked the passing lane, firmly intercepting the ball. Well done, Basil! With loud encouragement from his teammates, Bazaar calmly passed the ball to the fullback on the other side. Just then, he saw Suk slowly walking back. Basil looked at Suk, and Suk looked at Basil in return. Their eyes met, and Sukur could see the growing doubt in Basilar's eyes, as if to say, did this guy really score 8 goals? Yes, I've been there. Suk said. Basil paused for a moment, then asked in surprise, you know what I'm thinking? Sukur swam to the left, and Basil immediately followed. The two continued talking while running. I've seen that look in your eyes many times, Suk said nonchalantly, turning his head. But I've defeated them all. Basil frowned slightly, that's because you haven't met me yet. Suk shrugged and didn't say anything. At this moment, the two sides were still locked in a midfield battle, their attacking tactics unchanged, as if they were sticking to the same path all the way. But this is the norm in lower-level leagues. The matches in lower leagues are very rigid, mainly due to the limitations of the players, who are unable to execute the complex attacking tactics of higher leagues. Therefore, these lower league teams all have a set of tactics that they use to the extreme. Mostar Rangers used to be a possession-based team. With the team's strongest player, Linar, at the core, the ball is constantly passed and advanced, looking for opportunities to break through defenses and score goals. However, such meticulous tactics are very difficult for teams in lower leagues to execute. The uneven skill levels of the players meant that possession-based football couldn't be effective. Mostar Rangers had no choice, they lacked strong attacking threats and defensive anchors, and were further hampered by a sieve, making their situation truly difficult. This also kept Mostar Rangers at a mid-table level in the second division, unable to improve until Sukur joined, which gradually alleviated the situation. Suk! Linar suddenly roared. Sukur turned and sprinted again, but the next second, Linar passed the ball to the open space on the wing. Pretty! The fans in the stadium suddenly roared. Linar is getting older, but his passing skills are still very solid, especially his penetrating passes. Just as everyone was expecting Mostar Rangers winger Vitalik to catch up with the ball and score, a figure suddenly appeared from the side, making a clean and decisive sliding tackle to clear the ball out of bounds. The entire stadium fell silent. This precise judgment of the pass's landing point and the clean, decisive sliding tackle defense are truly incredibly impressive. After getting up, Basil also roared, venting his inner excitement. In his view, the tackle was both brilliant and timely. I see. Basil suddenly said to Suk, "You're the bait." Suk looked over, puzzled. Basil said confidently, "You are the bait, so you won't directly participate in the attack. The flanks are your most threatening point of attack, and that number 8 is the initiator of your attack. You may have scored 8 goals, and your shooting skills may be really good, but as long as you cut off the connection between you and your teammates, then you are no longer a threat." Basil looked as if he had seen through the truth, his face full of confidence. In his view, this is the only plausible explanation. After all, what kind of impact can a 150 centimeters tall, skinny center have? The game has been going on for 20 minutes, and this guy hasn't even had a single touch of the ball. To put it bluntly, this guy is just bait to confuse the defense. The real push comes from the flanks. Suk blinked at the other person. "Do you think I'm easy to deal with?" Basil shrugged. In Germany, someone your height would have already said goodbye to football. Suk was silent for a moment, then suddenly reminded him, "You must keep a close eye on me, and don't let me shake you off." Basil wanted to say, "So what if you shake me off," but then he thought it was a bit childish, and there was no need for him to argue with a guy who was just bluffing. Anyway, he has figured out the true nature of most our Rangers' attack, so now it's just a matter of defending. At this moment, on the sidelines, Olip squinted and said, "They're starting to ignore Suker. It's hard to keep an eye on him all the time." Rosen, Mostar's only substitute defender, shrugged. A short guy you can't even see when you look up, he's always going to get overlooked." Olip nodded in agreement. At this point, Rosen continued, "But he's deadly." During the match, Mostar's attack moved to the left flank, and Sarajevo FC's overall defense also leaned towards the left. Basil glanced at Suk beside him and noticed that the guy wasn't making any big moves. "Have you given up?" Bazaar didn't know what the other was thinking, but at this moment, he needed to pay more attention to Linar. This is Mostar's biggest threat. But he didn't see that the short man who had been standing next to him was slowly retreating, unknowingly creating a distance of nearly 4 meters between them. At the same time, Linar also dribbled past a defender and then chipped the ball over the goalkeeper from the spot. Seeing the ball flying overhead, Bazaar instinctively moved to his left, partly to block Suker and partly to call for the goalkeeper to catch the ball. But he found that he couldn't touch Suk's body. When he turned around, Suker was already behind him and had reached the ball's landing point first. When Basil was horrified. The cheers from the fans suddenly erupted. At this point, Suker had begun to slow down and adjust his footwork, during which he also glanced at the goalkeeper's position. As the ball fell, he made no attempt to stop it, instead swinging his foot straight out and striking the ball hard. The ball, propelled by the force, flew rapidly towards the near post, forming a straight line, grazing the near post before entering the goal. After scoring, Suker turned and glanced at the stunned Basil, as if to say, "I told you, don't let me dump you." Chapter 4, Inzaghi's Consciousness. Basil stared blankly at the ball lying quietly in the goal. He never expected that, despite his defense, the short man would actually get away. He believed his guess was correct, but Suker did indeed bypass his defense, and Basil had no idea where things went wrong. Compared to all that, he now felt his face burning. He had just made a boastful claim when the opponent scored a goal. But what Bazier found truly unacceptable was that this was the guy's first touch of the ball all game, and he scored with that first touch. What kind of ability to seize opportunities is that? However, Barzal wasn't discouraged. He believed he could still defend against Suker, he just needed to be more focused. Meanwhile, Suker had already run into the stands to interact with the fans. These Mostar Rangers fans really like Suker, especially the older folks, who love to pinch and rub his chubby, round cheeks. Just like now, as soon as he ran into the fan zone, he was surrounded by fans. A burly middle-aged man in a vest grabbed Suk and pulled him into his arms, vigorously kneading Suk's hair until it was a mess, and finally pinching Suk's chubby cheeks with his rough hands. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Suk was in so much pain that tears were almost streaming down his face, but due to his physical condition, he was completely unable to resist. The others, on the other hand, just watched the spectacle with amusement. "Suker. We have a Suker with the golden left foot now." A fan cheered with a loud laugh. Of course, the Suker he was referring to was not the 150 centimeters tall Suker, but the Croatian super striker, golden left foot, Davor Suker. Taking advantage of the other person's laughter, Suk quickly broke free from their embrace. His cheeks were already red from being pinched, and his cheeks became even pinker. Suk rubbed his cheek, looking extremely frustrated. He wasn't quite sure why these burly guys liked to rub his face so much. Even though his skin was good and his baby fat had elasticity, that wasn't a reason for these guys to need him. Well done. Linar ran over, grabbed Suk's shoulders with both hands, and lifted him up. Suk felt very embarrassed being lifted up by the other party. Let me go. Let me go. Suk struggled with his short legs, but Linar remained unmoved and even burst into laughter. This comical scene elicited good-natured smiles from the surrounding fans. You've made me lose face. Suk's loud rebuke was once again ignored by Linar. This guy even imitated a scene from The Lion King, where an old monkey lifts up young Simba and shows it to the fans, which elicited bursts of laughter. Unable to fight back, Suker could only cover his face, a scene that only amplified the laughter of the fans. These Mostar Rangers fans really like Suker, this small but prolific goal scorer. Head coach Olip on the sidelines also looked at Suker with a smile. In his view, although Suker was eliminated from the youth training program, his talent and ability are enough to support him to enter the real professional arena in the future. Yes. Olip firmly believed this. After the celebrations ended, the Mostar players returned to their own half of the field amidst laughter and cheers. On the other side, the Sarajevo FC players looked grim, especially Bazair, whose eyes seemed to be blazing with fire as he glared at Suker, as if he wanted to devour him. You're being watched. Linar looked at Suk and teased him. Suker adjusted his slipped sock, reattached his shin guards, and then turned and grinned. That smile was so confident, as if it were silently announcing something. Soon, at the referee's urging, Sarajevo FC kicked off again. After taking the lead, their overall atmosphere and performance improved significantly. Moreover, with a one-goal lead, they stopped playing in such a hurry and instead began to defend steadily. At the same time, Suker was indeed being targeted by Bazair. This time, Bazair paid less attention to Linar and focused more on keeping an eye on Suker. Even the moment Suker touches the ball, he quickly starts moving and uses his body to close in, using the challenge to make Suker lose possession of the ball. But Suker was also smart. He knew his weakness. The size difference between the two was too great, and he obviously couldn't compete with them. So he would almost always pass the ball to the sides of the field with one foot, and then quickly turn around to try to make a forward run using his agility. This made it even harder for Bazair to play. Bazair is a heavy centre-back with a strong physique and height advantage, but he loses agility at the same time. Slow turning speed is a common problem for these types of centre-backs, and that's exactly what Suker was targeting. For the Bosnian second division, their tactics are simplistic, with each position having its own fixed responsibilities, lacking flexibility. The fullbacks don't clean up after the centre-backs, which ultimately exposes the centre-back's slow turning ability. However, Suk also suffered during this process. In each confrontation, the enraged Bazel would slam heavily into Suk, putting even more pressure on him. Under the immense impact, Suk was knocked to the ground time and time again, but each time he gritted his teeth and got back up. Under such intense pressure, Suker's knees were scraped, his jersey was stained with the green of grass, and his arms were red and swollen from the impact. The referee did not call a foul, which is standard practice in the Bosnian league. The most brutal league isn't just talk. Suker could only endure the confrontation and look for an opportunity to break through. At this moment, Linar dribbled forward with the ball. He wasn't very fast, but Sarajevo FC's pressing speed was also very slow. As they approached, Linar had already passed the ball to Suker. Don't even think about turning around. Bazel rushed over immediately, and Suk also heard the roar behind him. After controlling the ball, Suker did not turn around, but instead took a few more steps forward with his back to the goal. Bazair wasn't calm enough. After seeing Suk's actions, he immediately chased after him, as if he wanted to make the guy suffer even more. Just as Basil was about to collide with Suker, the latter passed the ball to the right. The moment the two collided, Linar dribbled past Suker from the side, grabbed the ball, and surged forward, dribbling directly into the penalty area. Ah! Suk let out a scream as he was knocked away by Basel. This time, however, Sukur did not sit idly by. Instead, he gripped Bazer's jersey tightly with his right hand to prevent the opponent from turning back to defend. "Let me go." Basel roared in anger, but Suk showed no sign of letting go. When Basel turned his head again, Linar had already made a shooting motion. "Oh no!" Bazer looked alarmed as he watched as Mlynel fiercely struck the ball, sending it soaring upwards past the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers before slamming it into the top netting on the inside of the goal. Mostar Rangers extended their lead again in the 36th minute. 2 goals ahead. With a 2-goal lead, Mostar Rangers' morale soared, and their attacking pace became even more intense. For these lower-level players, their discipline is not very strict, and they are unable to maintain a stable defense when they have an advantage. They usually defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Especially after entering the second half, Bazer completely lost his ability to contain Sukur. Despite his strong physique, he was outmaneuvered by Sukur like a clumsy bear, and Sarajevo FC eventually substituted the underperforming Basel. "I can control him. Just give me a little more time." Basel was substituted off the field, his face full of resentment. His teammates and head coach watched him silently. Head coach Nesevic sighed and said, "You haven't been able to distract him at all. This is football, not wrestling." Upon hearing this, Basel's face suddenly turned red. "Take a good look at that guy's positioning." Basel turned his head and saw Sukur moving left and right in front of the defensive line. Many times, this guy would move from the far left to the far right and always manage to shake off their center-backs and make a forward run. This guy. Basel frowned slightly. "Head coach Nesevic, do you see it? The little guy's positioning awareness. He can always be in the right place at the right time, whether it's shooting or passing. His presence makes Mostar Rangers' attack extremely threatening." Finally, head coach Nesevic sighed. His ability to read the game and his positioning are beyond the level of this league. This superior awareness compensates for his weak physique and has allowed him to score 8 goals in the league, now 9. On the field, Sukur was still sprinting. He kept tilting his head from side to side to observe the field. The information he observed helped him form a bird's-eye view of the position in his mind. He can see the opponent's defensive setup and the weaknesses in their defense very clearly. His bright black eyes constantly shone, making him appear like an eagle soaring above the court. This is his greatest asset and his biggest weakness. Inzaghi's consciousness. A ghostly striker, Inzaghi is a man active on the offside line, his presence repeatedly testing the defenses of many top clubs. And awareness greatly helped his positioning. Inzaghi himself has stated that this talent is innate, you either have it or you don't, and it cannot be cultivated. Therefore, Sukur's current form, vision, and overall understanding of the game are absolutely overwhelming in this match. Now. Suk first retreated a few steps, then turned around and sprinted. His sprint was incredibly determined, his legs moving rapidly as he charged forward with his head down. He didn't even look at the pass, this was based on his trust in Linar. Moreover, the surrounding fans reacted, and their exaggerated uproar was the best proof of that. "The ball is here." The moment Sukur looked up, he saw the ball already above his head. He slowed down slightly, took small steps to adjust, and made a shooting motion as the ball fell. This move prompted Sarajevo FC centre-back to suddenly slide tackle towards Sukur in an attempt to block him. But Sukur's raised right foot slowly descended, the instep of his foot deflecting the ball off the ground, moving it in the opposite direction and creating an excellent shooting angle. He adjusted his footing again and forcefully poked the ball with his toe. The ball shot rapidly toward the goal, and the net wobbled the next second. Sukur scored twice, sealing the victory and ending the game's suspense. Chapter 5, Card Drawing and Genius. Beep beep beep. The sharp whistle blew, and the 90-minute match came to an end. Mostar Rangers ultimately defeated Sarajevo FC 3-2. In the 80th minute, Mostar Rangers' stamina waned, and they almost suffered a last-minute comeback defeat. Even worse, Bakic made a crucial mistake, resulting in a goal, and it's fair to say that the team almost ended up with a draw. However, the final result was still very good. Thanks to goals from Sukur and Mlynel, Mostar Rangers won the game and successfully moved up to third place in the league, taking another step closer to the promotion zone. Due to the small number of teams in the Bosnian League, despite the existence of a promotion and relegation system, there is only one promotion and relegation spot. In other words, teams in the Bosnian Second Division can only be promoted to the Bosnian First Division if they win the championship, and the champion of the Bosnian First Division will be promoted to the Bosnian Premier League. For Mostar Rangers, a team with only 4 years of history, this is the closest they have ever come to promotion. And all of this comes from their small center. After securing the victory, the Mostar Rangers players were overjoyed, but when they tried to find the goal scorer, they couldn't. "Where did Suk go?" Linar asked. Goalkeeper Baksh pointed to the dilapidated archway and said, "He rushed out as soon as the game ended, probably because he needed to pee." Linar shook his head, no longer looking for Sukur, and turned to celebrate with his teammates. Meanwhile, about 100 meters from the stadium, behind a small hill, Sukur sat on a rock, clasped his hands together, pressed them against his forehead, and murmured, "May all the gods bless me." Immediately afterward, he made the sign of the cross on his chest before slowly opening his eyes. As Suk opened his eyes, a blurry image appeared before him. The image gradually became clearer from blurry. This is a fictional human figure composition, with a card embedded in the forehead, chest, and feet. The cards on the chest and feet emitted a faint white light, while the card on the forehead shone with a dazzling diamond light. "Personal panel," Suk said softly. The 3 cards are then displayed in this manner. First, there are the cards at the feet. White card, skill card, Boca's dribbling. As a village boy from South America, Boca is a prodigy unanimously recognized by his villagers. He possesses excellent dribbling skills and has performed spectacular feats. Without physical contact, he can play beautiful football like Ronaldinho. White card, skill card, Leicester's shooting skill. His ability to deliver the decisive blow stems from his shooting. Leicester possesses superb shooting skills, especially excelling at poaching volleys. His shooting angles are very tricky, but he lacks power. Both cards were the lowest level white cards and were worn in the card slots at the feet. His abilities weren't particularly outstanding, until he pulled out that dazzling diamond card. Diamond card, special card, Inzaghi's awareness, the most troublesome goal-scoring striker in Italian football. His unpredictable runs caused headaches for even the defenses of top clubs. This is an innate talent, a man who constantly operates on the offside line. These 3 cards constitute all of Sukur's current abilities, which is also the key to his confidence in professional football. Of course, at present, the most useful one is still, Inzaghi's consciousness. This is his most powerful weapon at present, and it is also the key to his ability to become the top scorer in the Bosnian Second Division. "A tribute panel," Suk said softly again. The screen blurred again, and this time a properties panel appeared. Name, Su-ku. Height, 149 centimeters. Weight, 47.5 kilograms. Speed, 71. Flexibility, 80. Strength, 59. Explosive power, 77. Suk has always been very athletic. He used to climb trees to raid bird nests since he was a child and is good at all kinds of sports. These skills are reflected in his speed, agility, and explosiveness. Only his strength was limited by his height and weight, and he was unable to grow in strength for a long time, and he didn't even reach the passing level. However, Suk still had confidence in himself. Despite being only 150 centimeters tall, he is only 16 years old this year. He believes that he is just developing later than his peers, and that one day he will grow tall and strong and become a powerful striker. Of course, currently, due to physical limitations, the only path he can choose is that of an elusive striker like Inzaghi. After checking the 2 attribute panels, we arrived at the main event. With Suk's thoughts, the scene became illusory again, and when it solidified again, it showed a stack of cards lying together. The card was thick, without any patterns, and lay there quietly. There are 5 card slots at the bottom of the card, which means that he can draw 5 cards after each victory. As for the quality of the cards, that's up to luck. The cards are divided into 3 main categories. Skill cards, attribute cards, special cards. Skill cards are the most common type. 2 white cards are a skill card, but they are limited by attribute values. For example, even if Sukur is extremely lucky and gets a card with messy dribbling, he still can't equip it. He can only wear it after his physical attributes meet the standards. However, attribute cards are extremely rare. Currently, it seems that only 1 or 2 will be given as rewards at the end of the season. Of course, it's also possible that Suk was playing at too low a level of tournaments, which prevented him from triggering many high-level cards. So far, Suk has only received 2 attribute cards from the end-of-season rewards, and he has focused all of them on the speed attribute, which is why he has such good speed. As for the final special card, Suk currently only has 1. Inzagi's consciousness comes from the newbie gift pack and is his only special card. The reason why special cards are so powerful is that they ignore attributes. For example, if you give Sukur a special card with messy dribbling skills, he will instantly become a dribbling maniac. Give him a special card that grants him the ability to jump, and he'll take off from the spot, letting the opponent experience what it means to have a little kid slammed into their head. However, these cards are too rare and not enough to trigger the draw qualification, so it is estimated that we will have to wait for a higher level event. In a professional match, 5 cards can be randomly drawn, with the quality of the cards influenced by luck and the importance of the match. Suk can wear 6 cards at a time, each corresponding to one of the 6 card slots on his body: head, torso, and limbs. Currently, Suk has a total of 4 cards equipped. It's not that he doesn't want to wear them, but that there are no other suitable cards. Boca Juniors' dribbling and Leicester City's shooting are both flawed. For example, Boca's dribbling lacks competitiveness. Once under pressure, his movements become distorted. Leicester's shooting is accurate but lacks power, and some excellent goalkeepers can easily make saves. This requires Sukur to shoot from close range or when the goalkeeper is off balance. However, this is just a white card, the lowest level card. Suk believes that higher level cards will give him better abilities. Suk took a deep breath and immediately began drawing cards. The sound of shuffling cards reached my ears, and the cards on the panel began to recombine. After about several tens of seconds, a total of 5 cards appeared in the corresponding slots below and slowly rotated and flipped open. Suk stared intently at the cards, and when he saw a faint red glow appear on the last 2 cards, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Red card? This is definitely a card of a higher tier than a white card. Suk's eyes lit up as he looked at the 2 cards at the end that emitted a faint red glow, but he resisted the urge to look at them and started by checking the white card. After all, the best should be saved for last. Suk examined the 3 white cards at once. White card, Mike's core, skill card. As a fitness enthusiast, Mike suffered a life-altering car accident that resulted in the loss of both arms. The resilient Mike did not succumb to despair but instead worked hard, ultimately achieving explosive core strength through his own efforts. White card, Robert's dribbling, skill card, a player from a small Brazilian town. As a Brazilian player, Roberts isn't considered a prodigy in Brazil, but his footwork is still outstanding. White card, Tony's interception, skill card, Tony, hailed by his teammates as the defensive anchor, excels on the defensive end. Besides his superb stealing ability, he also possesses outstanding interception awareness. All 3 white cards are of very good quality. Mike's core enhancement is physical combat ability. If equipped, it can give Suk a higher attribute bonus in combat. Robert's dribbling ability can replace Boca's lackluster dribbling skills and can be more effective when attacking the defense. As for Tony's interception, Sukur thinks it's also a good option. Consider a forward with a shield. Of course, Suk will not actively try to steal the ball in order to avoid confrontation, but he can still roam around and intercept when the opportunity arises. That's what they say, but whether or not it's even possible to wear it is another question. After all, skill cards are subject to attribute limitations, and they become worthless if the attributes don't meet the requirements. Suk began to try them one by one. First, the core of the microphone, as expected, cannot be worn. It's still a matter of physical limitations, the body is too weak, and the attributes can't support this card. Unfortunately, they switched to a second one, Robert's dribbling belt. With a slight click, it was successfully fitted, replacing Boca's dribbling belt in the process. Suk's eyes darted around. It seemed that cards of the same type could not be worn at the same time. This card can give Suk an advantage in dribbling, preventing his movements from being directly altered by counterattacks. Finally, Tony intercepted it, which was also accompanied by a slight click, indicating that the device was successfully fitted. This card appears on the hand, its specific function is unknown, but why not carry it? After replacing and putting on the cards, Suk turned his attention to the two red cards. This is the first time since Suk started drawing cards that a red card of a higher rank than a white card has appeared. Moreover, it was two at once, which is incredibly lucky. Eager to take a look, Suk was pleasantly surprised at first glance. Red card, Torlister's short passing skill. As Sarajevo's key midfielder, Torlister is an outstanding midfielder with balanced left and right foot abilities. Most fearsome of all is his brilliant short passing ability, which consistently tears apart the opponent's defense, creating numerous goals for the team. Torlist, a Bosnian player currently playing for FC Sarajevo, may not be at the level of the top 5 European leagues, but he is definitely the best midfielder in Bosnia and Herzegovina. But what surprised Suker the most was that he finally saw a player whose name he knew, instead of someone like Boca Juniors whom he had never heard of before. This also means that as the level of the competition increases in the future, the quality of the cards drawn will gradually improve, eventually reaching the level of the top 5 leagues and even world-renowned star players. Most importantly, there's a chance to collect the Inzaghi set, the Ronaldinho set, and even the Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo sets in the future. Suk could even go for a mixed combination. With Cristiano Ronaldo overhead, Messi in one foot, and Ronaldinho in the other, he combined passing and defensive skills with both hands, making him the most versatile center forward in football history. It can break through, pass, dribble, and shoot. When necessary, it can also act as a battering ram to attack cities and capture strongholds, perfectly matching any tactical system. A proper center forward, that's good. A target man center forward is also an option. With plenty of opportunities, I switched to striker mode and racked up goals. If there's no opportunity, dribble and attack the defense to create chances. If all else fails, retreat to participate in organizing the attack and open up attacking channels for teammates. Suker has already begun to fantasize about his future self being cheered by thousands of fans at a top club in one of the top 5 European leagues. Shaking his head, Suk looked at the other red card again. Red card, status recovery card, skill card, removes all negative status effects, a one-time consumption card. The brief description conveyed the explosive news. Amazing card. Is this a red card? With this card, all injuries and physical problems can be eliminated, and the injuries that professional players fear most will stay away from them, opening up a broad football career. This card is definitely the best card Suk has ever drawn. In a brutal league like Bosnia and Herzegovina, this card is like giving Suker a second professional life. Both red cards were extremely useful, and Suk felt incredibly lucky. He. On the way back to the stadium, Suker couldn't help but grin foolishly. He was very happy with the rewarding experience he gained from the match. Where have you been? Linar came over and asked. Suk immediately stopped grinning and made up an excuse, my stomach hurts. Linar shook his head and said, it's time to build a toilet at the stadium. This area is a pasture with open space around it. The nearest restroom is about 1 kilometer away, which is not feasible during the competition. In most cases, they just find any place to squat. What are they doing? Suk gestured with his chin towards the front. Olip and his group were gathered around the truck, pointing at something they were holding. Linar smiled and said, they're reading the newspaper. Newspaper? Mostar has its own small-town newspaper, but in such a tiny place, there are absolutely no hot news stories, and the newspaper's sales are very poor. It's rare to see a group of people gathered around the newspaper discussing it. Seeing Suk's confusion, Linar said, a genius has come to town. A true genius. Suk walked over curiously and squeezed through the crowd to look at the newspaper. The headline of the newspaper featured a single line of large text. Croatian prodigy joins Mostar Zrinjski. Below is a photo. This is a boy with short blonde hair, a thin face, and fair skin, giving him a gentle and frail appearance. Those eyes were full of liveliness. Although the boy was still young, he still had a familiar appearance. While the others were pointing and commenting on the newspaper, Suk stared intently at the photograph. You can't be wrong. Absolutely right. Although he didn't have the flowing long hair of the future and his expression was still childish, Suk couldn't be mistaken. This guy is the future midfield maestro, Luka Modric. Chapter 6, Give Me the Money. Jump. The arrival of the Croatian talent has made Mostar Zrinski's home games a bit more exciting. The match, which was originally scheduled to have an attendance of around 600, saw a sudden surge to over 900 people, almost filling the entire stands. Most of the residents of the Mostar region came because of the reputation of the so-called Croatian genius. Driven by curiosity, Suker bought tickets to watch Modric's debut in the Bosnian Premier League. My impression of Modric is that he plays with a tough style of play and runs tirelessly. Despite his slender build, he still shoulders the defensive work in midfield. He is also the core of the team's organization and has extremely strong organizational and playmaking abilities. However, Modric's performance in his debut match was somewhat disappointing. With the title of genius, many people expect him to dominate the game and have an even better performance. However, Modric's performance in the 90-minute match was mediocre, with occasional flashes of brilliance, but also some wasteful shots. He doesn't generally give the impression of being a super genius. In Suker's perception, compared to Modric's clean and clear organization and handling of the ball in the future, Modric now seems to be more sluggish in his pace and has a irritable feeling. That's right. It's just irritability. Suker wasn't sure if it was his fault, but Modric's passes weren't very accurate on several occasions. Either the ball is passed to some random location, or it's passed too quickly for teammates to catch up. Of course, Modric is very sensitive to opportunities, but his teammates don't think the same way. In this situation, Modric failed to score a single goal or provide an assist in his debut. Although Mostar Zrinski ultimately won the game thanks to a goal from tall striker Kosopek, the entire match was somewhat dull. After the match, Suker saw Modric quietly packing his bags and turning to leave alone, not with the others, looking somewhat lonely. The hype surrounding the Croatian prodigy quickly faded. The people of Mostar are very interested in new things, but they also forget them very quickly. Starting with Mostar Zrinski's second match, attendance dropped to around 700 people, but returned to its previous level by the third match. People stopped talking about the so-called Croatian prodigy and quickly forgot about it. In 2 weeks, Mostar Rangers also played 2 rounds of matches. Suker failed to score in both matches. The main reason is that he has been frequently marked closely by opponents in recent matches, and some teams have even started to assign players specifically to mark Suker. This is definitely star player treatment, and it also conveys Suker's threat. Suk was somewhat pleased with this change, but also felt helpless. On the one hand, his performance has made others take him seriously. After all, mediocre people are not envied. On the other hand, it has become more difficult for him to score goals. Currently, aside from his consciousness, Suk lacks the physical ability to break free from confrontation. Ultimately, a frail body is still the original sin. Therefore, Suk began drinking milk even more frantically to supplement his nutrition. Inside a restaurant in the town of Mostar, Suk sat at the dining table, holding a huge steak and began to devour it. The steak was a whole size bigger than his head, with oozing fat and a tender, delicious texture. Paired with a special sauce and rice, it's absolutely delicious with rice. Suk savored each bite of rice and beef with relish. Bald goalkeeper Bakshi rested his chin on his hand, looking at Suker. He was very curious about how this small body could stuff all that food into its stomach. Asterisk smack. Smack, asterisk. In the next match, I'll definitely teach that chimpanzee a lesson. With his mouth full of beef and rice, Suk muttered indignantly. Bald goalkeeper Bakshi shook his head. He's not a chimpanzee, his name is Durak, he just has darker skin. Besides, he didn't commit any malicious fouls against you the whole time, you just couldn't compete with him. Tons. Suker tilted his head back and drank the milk in one gulp, licking even the milk stains off his lips. He then turned and glared at Bakshi. Which side are you on? You'd better go to the other side in the next match, I'll shoot you to pieces. He then muttered to himself, if you had conceded one less goal, we wouldn't have lost the game. Bakshi was immediately embarrassed. In fact, even under heavy marking, Suker still managed to create a shooting opportunity for them and assisted Linar to score, giving them the lead. However, in the second half, Baksh made another blunder, fumbling twice and allowing the opponent to score on the rebounds, ultimately leading to a comeback victory. Okay, it's my fault. How about you find another goalkeeper? Back shrugged. Suka retorted irritably, with our team's pitifully low salaries, who would want to come? Most of the players at Mostar Rangers are local residents of the town and surrounding countryside. They are not even professional players. Although they are listed in the Football Association's roster, they all have their own jobs and playing matches is just a side job. Linar is a carpenter who runs a carpentry shop in the town. Baksh runs the restaurant now and is a chef, and his ball-saving skills are just like his job. This is perfect with Rice. Head coach Olip is a physical education teacher in the small town and is serving as the team's head coach as a guest. To be honest, Sukar even doubted whether Olip had a football coaching license, as his views clearly contradicted current football philosophies. In football, where explosiveness and speed of attack and defense transitions are highly valued, he always emphasizes the importance of physical fitness, even believing that physical fitness is the only factor in winning. This led him to prefer mules, which had incredible endurance, to fast-running horses. His tactical philosophy was, victory is ours if we wear down the opponent's stamina. Suk continued shoveling rice into his mouth, finishing the last bit with the beef gravy, before saying with a bitter face, forget it, I'll try again next season. There's no hope of promotion this season. The Bosnian Second Division has just started operating and currently has only 7 teams playing a 3-round robin format. Therefore, there are only 18 rounds of matches in a season. With 14 rounds remaining and only 4 rounds left in the league, Mostar Rangers are a full 15 points behind the team in first place. Even if they win all 4 rounds and their opponents lose all 4, they will not be able to win the championship and will not be promoted. This decision means they will continue to play in the Bosnian Second Division next season. There's no chance next season either, the captain isn't playing next season, Baksh sighed. Suk's eyes widened suddenly, not playing anymore. Why? Linar is their midfield linchpin and the key to Sukar's passing game. With Linar hanging up his boots, Mostar Rangers' attack plummeted. Nobody passed him the ball, so how could he possibly score? The captain is already 35 years old, what more do you want? Baksh shook his head and said, next season, you'll be the one leading us to victory. Bring my ass. Sukar cursed directly, my contract expires this season, I'm running away. Bakshi was speechless. However, he believed that Sukar was capable of doing such a thing, and in order to facilitate player movement, the contracts in the Bosnian Second Division are all signed on a 1-year basis, which has no binding force on the players. Whether to stay or not is entirely voluntary and based on emotional appeal. If Linar stops playing, Sukar might leave immediately. Where are you going? A 150-centimeter center, who would want him? Bakshi said, shaking his head. Sukar pursed his lips, go to Sarajevo, sign a contract with FC Sarajevo first. Anyway, I've scored so many goals against them, they know I'm useful. Most importantly, it's a big city there, the football coaches are more professional, they understand my value better, so. As he spoke, Suk began to lose some confidence. Baksh had a beaming smile on his face. In the entire Bosnian football circle, height, strength, and speed are highly valued. It is no exaggeration to say that if Inzaghi were to lose his halo and fame and go to Bosnia and Herzegovina, he might not be able to play for a team. Suk hung his head, utterly dejected. Why is it so hard to just want to play a game of football? Looking at my reflection through the glass, I saw myself sitting on a bench, my legs barely touching the ground. Suk was even more frustrated. Snap! Suk jumped off the stool, turned around, and walked out of the shop. Hey! Where's the money for the meal? Bakshi shouted immediately. Suk turned and went into the kitchen, took out 2 iron basins, and walked out of the restaurant with the basins in his arms. Lend me the money first, I'll go earn some, I'll give you money for dinner tonight. As April arrived, the weather in Mostar became increasingly warm. Under the midday sun, my body felt warm and cozy. As nature awakens, Mostar's tourist season arrives, welcoming a wave of visitors every day and boosting the town's economy. It was during this season that the town became noticeably more lively. Mostar is most famous for its ancient bridge. This is also a city named after a bridge. The Neretva River flows through the town of Mostar, dividing it in two, and the famous old bridge of Mostar connects the two sides. The entire ancient bridge is arched, with its highest point reaching a height of 10 meters above the river. This ancient bridge is a beautiful feature of the town and also a major attraction for tourists. The ancient bridge was crowded with tourists. The weather was great today, with clear skies and no clouds, making it a perfect day for water activities. Bang bang bang. A sudden, piercing sound shattered the tranquility of the town. The tourists turned to look, and their furrowed brows gradually showed signs of confusion. A boy who looked to be 13 or 14 years old was vigorously banging two iron basins in his hands to attract their attention. When everyone looked at the boy, he uttered two sentences in broken English. "Give me the money." He then pointed to the riverbed below the ancient bridge. "Jump." Everyone looked at the boy in surprise. His face was young and his body was rather thin. They turned to look at the ancient bridge, which was more than 10 meters high. Just looking at it from above gave them a feeling of vertigo, but this little guy was going to jump into the water here. Chapter 7, Diving from the Ancient Bridge. Diving across the ancient bridge is a unique feature of Mostar town. The town's youth hold diving performances in the summer, but few people dive during this season, mainly because the weather isn't hot enough and the Neretva River is fast-flowing and very cold. This is not a good time for diving. But for Suk, who was short of money, nothing was more fatal than poverty. Moreover, he needs enough money to ensure his nutrition. Before the tourists could react, Suk had already grabbed the iron basin and started devouring the food with a sweet smile on her face. Tourists who see this boy, who naturally exudes a sense of approachability, do not feel any aversion, most feel pity, while others are simply curious. Suk wandered through the crowd, constantly reaping marks. Some people gave 5 marks, some gave 10 marks, and some young couples gave even more. Suk ran happily collecting money. It was only natural for him to earn money through performing. When encountering tourists who still looked puzzled, Suk would emphasize it again. "Give me the money." Diving. Soon, Suk stopped in front of a boy. He looked left and right but did not see the boy's parents. The boy wore a hood, the zipper pulled up high, completely covering his mouth and nose, leaving only his dark eyes visible. Suk scratched his head, unwilling to give up, and repeated, "Give me the money." Diving. The boy remained unmoved. Suk then mimed diving, pointed down to the bridge, and emphasized his words. "Diving performance." The boy remained silent. "Is this guy mute?" Suk muttered irritably. At this moment, the other party suddenly shouted, "You're the one who's mute." Suk paused for a moment. The guy was speaking Croatian. Bosnia and Herzegovina is located on the Balkan Peninsula, bordering several countries, and its language system is also complex. However, the most widely spoken languages are Bosnian, Serbian, and Croatian. Suk, still unsure of what was going on, asked, "A local?" The boy fell silent again. "Ill." Suk cursed under his breath, then walked around the boy and continued collecting money. The boy turned to look at Suk, showing no intention of leaving, his bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. He wanted to know if this little kid in front of him really knew how to dive or was just trying to scam him. If he's being scammed, he'll report it to the police without hesitation. In his view, it is closer to the latter. After all, this is not a good time for diving. Soon, under the boy's watchful eye, Suk collected a large sum of money, folded it up, stuffed it into his pocket, and then began to take off his clothes, leaving only a pair of briefs. Wearing only shorts, Suk had fair skin, clearly visible ribs on both sides of his chest, and a large head, clearly resembling a child who had not yet grown up. He folded the clothes, found a crowded spot near the bridge, pointed to the tourists, and said, "Help me keep an eye on this." The tourists smiled and made the OK sign. At this moment, the boy behind him was already filled with surprise. Really jumping? But before he could react, the atmosphere around him suddenly became lively. Suk nimbly flipped over the iron railings to the outer edge of the ancient bridge, raised his hands high, and shouted to the tourists on both sides, "Follow my rhythm." After saying that, Suk began to clap his hands slowly. Asterisk slap. 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 Slap, asterisk. The surrounding tourists were also smiling and clapping, they really enjoyed the atmosphere. Under Suk's lead, the clapping gradually became more synchronized and rapid, like a dense drumbeat. Some tourists even started shouting and cheering loudly. Snap 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 snap. Receive. Like a conductor in an orchestra, Suk clasped his hands together, and the surroundings fell silent. At that moment, they saw the thin boy take a deep breath, forcefully leap upwards with his toes, and arc through the air, plunging headfirst into the icy river in a leaping motion. Ah! They jumped. God! The bridge was filled with exclamations, and people rushed toward the edge of the bridge. The hooded boy also moved forward quickly. At this time of year, a bad thing could kill someone. Thump! Water splashed everywhere as Suk disappeared into the water. A ripple appeared on the rushing river, but it quickly disappeared, along with Suk's figure. No way. Where are they? Should we call an ambulance? The crowd began to whisper among themselves, and the hooded boy kept turning his head left and right, searching. Just as everyone was at a loss, a splashing sound came from not far from the shore. The crowd turned to look and saw Suk's figure appear on the shore. This scene brought them a sigh of relief. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Suk dashed to the shore, made a graceful gesture towards the ancient bridge, then spread his arms and shouted loudly. Kamyan! Instantly, cheers and shouts erupted on the ancient bridge, and thunderous applause filled the air. Hearing the applause, Suk laughed and made a gentlemanly gesture toward the ancient bridge before skipping and hopping over. That was a fantastic jump. A wonderful performance. Well done, young man. The surrounding tourists watched Suk running along with admiration. Some tourists, not wanting to miss out on the fun, pulled out another sum of money to have Suk jump again. But Suk just smiled, picked up his clothes, turned around and rushed down the bridge, disappearing from sight in a flash. The ancient bridge was still bustling with people. The hooded boy stared blankly at the alleyway where Suk had disappeared, his face full of emotion. Although Suk hit it well, his body was still shivering from the cold, his lips were even a little blue, and his body was swaying and staggering when he ran. This indicates that the diving performance caused some damage to his body. Whether it was for money or not, Suk's courage to stand on the bridge and jump off was enough to shock the boy. The boy silently lowered his head, turned around, and left the noisy crowd. He walked along the stone-paved road into a mountain forest path, and after several twists and turns, he arrived at a field with a sign that read, Mostarzlinsky Football Club. The boy unzipped his jacket and took off his hood. He has short, light brown hair, thin lips, a straight nose, and a long, thin face, typical features of Eastern Europeans. And this young man was none other than Luka Modric, the Croatian prodigy who had caused a sensation in Mostar a few weeks ago. At this time, Modric was not yet the midfield maestro and Ballon d'Or winner he would become. Her fair and thin face, paired with her wiry body, gave her an impression of frailty. Following the dirt path inside the club, Modric headed straight for the dormitory next to it. Mostarzlinsky Football Club is quite competitive in the Bosnian League, but their finances and stadium facilities are very outdated. A long, two-story townhouse, its walls somewhat dry, the white paint and grey concrete mottled and interspersed, giving it a sense of decay. Entering the dormitory building through the central entrance door, the corridors on both sides appear dimly lit. The first floor is mostly equipment rooms, go up the stairs to the second floor. Modric opened the door to the first room on the left. This room is furnished like a university dormitory, with bunk beds. There are 3 bunk beds in the room, but only the lower bunk near the window shows signs of life. The room was very clean, clearly indicating that someone cleans it regularly. Modric hung his coat on a hook on the wall. Like all young people today, Modric has many posters of football stars on his walls. The largest number of them are undoubtedly those of Ronaldo, the current football superstar. Modric stood in front of the wall, gazing at the posters, his eyes gleaming. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Modric picked up his toiletries, went to the adjacent washroom, and turned on the tap to start washing himself. Wipe your body with a cool towel to remove the sticky feeling after sweating, and feel even more comfortable in the breeze. But this icy touch kept bringing to Modric's mind the image of the boy who had dived into the ancient bridge. How could that body, which looked even smaller than myself, withstand such an impact? And then there's the courage this guy had to jump. Modric looked down at the well water flowing from the tap. The spring weather was still a bit chilly, and the well water was even colder. Modric tentatively bent down and placed his arm under the faucet to let it be rinsed, and his brow furrowed slightly. My arms felt a little cool, but not biting. Modric then placed the basin under the tap, filled it with water, and suddenly lifted it up and tilted it over his head. Splash! Hiss! A long, cold breath escaped Modric, and he immediately felt his entire body shiver with cold. It's hard to imagine what it would feel like to be immersed in such river water. Is that guy crazy? Modric shuddered, bared his teeth, and uttered a curse. Then, looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but say something. Ill. After drying himself with a towel, Modric left the bathroom and returned to his room. He sat at the table by the window, took out paper and pen, and began to write a letter. Dear Bisic, this is my 4th week in Mostar. I miss my hometown and its people very much, and of course, I miss you very much too. I regret what happened in Zagreb. They abandoned me very quickly after you left. I understand what they wanted, so I didn't stay. I am your student, and I also believe that you will definitely return to Zagreb. Don't forget to take me home when you do. After a pause, Modric thought for a moment and continued writing. The Bosnian League is very competitive, no. It's brutal. This style has greatly affected my performance. To avoid the physical contact, I need to run more aggressively. Fortunately, I have found some tricks, and I think you will be happy for me. I don't know how long I'll be here, but it certainly won't be long. Just like you once told me, I'm a genius, and I can do things that other people can't. Of course, some stupid guys here can't see through my thinking and will question me about why I pass that kind of ball. Their pig brains only know how to run forward and have no concept of teamwork or passing penetration. At this point, a hint of flippant disdain flashed across Modric's face, but it quickly turned into frustration. I have no friends here, and I don't want to befriend idiots. I believe this is a trial sent to me by God, and I will definitely complete it well, just like before. Of course, it may require me to muster some courage to break some of my old playing habits. For some reason, Modric suddenly remembered the boy who jumped off the ancient bridge. He shook his head, blacked out the last paragraph, and said in a disdainful tone, "It's them who need to change." After clarifying his thoughts, Modric began to summarize. The season is almost over. This season has been a period of adjustment. Next season, I will put on a spectacular performance and show everyone how a genius plays. And those idiots who loaned me out, I will give them a resounding slap in the face. That's all for this week's report. Love you, Luca. After finishing the letter, Modric neatly folded the letter and put it into the envelope before turning over and lying on the bed to take a short nap. Chapter 8, The Right Path. One diving performance earned Suk a lot of money, enough to keep him from having to worry for half a month. The impact of diving is negligible. Although he wasn't very tall, he was physically very healthy and rarely caught a cold or fever as a child. He was an easy child to raise. Otherwise, during that period of chaos and turmoil in Croatia due to the Yugoslav wars, getting sick almost meant certain death. The lives of children in welfare homes are worthless, everything is up to fate. In the words of the old dean, Suk was a child blessed by God. After all, among his group of children, only a few survived the war. Food money. Suk swaggered and slammed the money on the table, then turned and ran away before Bakshi could say a word. After Suk ran out of the restaurant and disappeared into the alley, Bakshi ran out angrily. Damn it! We're still 5 marks short. The streets were deserted, and Suk was nowhere to be seen. Bakshi shook his head helplessly, then couldn't help but smile. In fact, they took very good care of the little guy, Suk. Despite their bickering, they knew how tough it was for Sukur to play football and take care of himself here, especially for a minor. Perhaps it was because they had both experienced the devastation of that war, witnessed too many deaths and separations, and suffered tragedies together, that seeing a sunny young man like Suk seemed to soothe their inner wounds. Find peace and comfort in the midst of laughter, anger, and scorn. In fact, many Croatians living in Bosnia and Herzegovina were refugees who fled during that period. Suk navigated the alleyways with remarkable ease, seemingly able to overlook the surroundings, until he finally arrived at a house on the edge of town. The small house is about 80 square meters, with white walls and red tiles, and is built along the Neretva River, just like the surrounding houses. It looked clean and tidy outside, but the moment Suk opened the door, a mixture of smoke, alcohol, and strong body odor hit him. Suk seemed used to this and took a pair of sneakers from the tool rack on the side of the entryway. These are Suk's sneakers. Although they are quite worn, they are still clean. Suk then rummaged through a plastic box on the ground and found something that looked like a soccer ball. The reason it's described as resembling a football is because it's essentially a dark, cloth ball. The white leather that was originally glued to the top of the ball has completely fallen off, leaving behind a dark cloth protective layer, making the whole ball look limp. Suk gently squeezed it, not daring to press too hard, afraid that the little ball wouldn't be able to withstand it and would burst open. Feeling he still had enough energy, Suk immediately grabbed the ball, turned, and left, calling out towards the room, "Alapi, I'm going out." There was no sound in the room, and Suk didn't pay any attention. He turned around, closed the door, and left. After leaving the house, Suk walked about 1,000 meters and came to an open area. This is an abandoned factory. During the former Yugoslavia, this region had a long coastline and many ports. Mostar was a very prosperous city at the time, and it became a land transit hub for goods transportation. However, with the disintegration of Yugoslavia and the independence of Bosnia and Herzegovina, only one port remained in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and this transit area was eventually abandoned. After years of neglect, the entire factory is now overgrown with weeds, some of which are as tall as Suk. However, one area was paved with concrete, so the cost was spread out somewhat evenly. Suk sat on the ground and put on his worn-out sneakers, which were almost worn down to the point of having no nails, before picking up the little ball and walking to the center of the field. Suk took a deep breath. Since the last time he drew a card, he had not yet personally experienced the power of that red card. Torlist's short pass. As the number 10 core player of the Sarajevo club, Torlister is undoubtedly their star player. His short passes are highly penetrating and extremely threatening. Torlister, who plays as the team's attacking midfielder, is known for his dribbling and passing. His dribbling is a powerful weapon to disrupt the opponent's defense, and his passing can tear apart the opponent's defense like a knife. Suk had seen Torlist's matches during a broadcast of the Bosnian Premier League. At that time, Torlister became the core of Sarajevo's passing game, scoring 14 goals with 14 passes from the back to the front. Of those 14 passes, Torlister had 8. It can be said that Torlister connected the team's attack with his passing and scored the goal. His short passing consistency is a powerful tool for advancing the ball. Of course, passing is not just about passing technique, but also about awareness. Although Suk lacks Torlist's passing awareness, he possesses Inzaghi's positioning awareness and is incredibly sensitive to open spaces and dense formations. Pass the ball to the side under less pressure, pass it to a safe area, or directly use the gaps to make a pass that breaks through the defense. These can all become Suk's weapons. Center forwards are more than just shooters. In the current football world, when selecting center forwards, due to the influence of tactical ideas, the preferred type of center forward is fast, strong, and ruthless. Of course, there are also prodigious strikers like Inzaghi, but Ronaldo is the mainstream. Suk aspires to be like Ronaldo, but given his current physical condition, he can only choose a path that suits him best. Modern center forwards need to attack the defense and take shots. But the future center will emphasize versatility. He can shoot, pass, and steal. When things get tough, you need to be like Drogba, becoming the team's battering ram. When things are going poorly, they should proactively retreat, organize the attack, and distribute the ball to both sides. You need to keep your body busy, and you need to keep your feet busy too. Thinking about all this, Suk placed the ball in front of him and felt the changes his body was experiencing. Since it wasn't a match, Suk couldn't coordinate passing and receiving, but there was still a significant difference in the feel of his passes. The power, accuracy, and angle of passing the ball, which were once a vague area, suddenly became clear. At this moment, Suk raised his right foot and suddenly cut the ball downwards. This is a cut pass. The instep cuts into the ball from top to bottom, squeezing the ball forward and causing it to spin violently on the floor. After flying a certain distance, there will be a significant deceleration due to the friction of rotation. This kind of passing combination with a player running forward can create the effect seen in television matches, where the ball, after being passed out, seems to spin back to the player's feet. After experiencing a series of cut-down passes, Suker switched to his other foot. Torlister is a bipedal monster. If he inherits his short passing ability, can he also become a bipedal monster? But it was clear that Suk was overthinking things. Watching the ball fly into the grass, Suk had no choice but to abandon his idea of a bipedal monster. It seems I still need to practice my footwork gradually. However, Torlister's short passes still brought him a lot of changes in his experience. In future matches, he will not need to run left and right to avoid the opponent's contact. He can drop back to receive the pass from his teammates and launch a second attack when the opportunity arises. Most R-Rangers' only point of attack is linear, which makes their attacking tactics very monotonous and easy for the opponent to figure out. However, with Suker's addition, they can definitely create a second attack in the attacking third. Even the overlapping runs between Suker and linear could further disrupt the opponent's defense. If used well, it could even be a two-core style of play. With this in mind, Suk began to train even more enthusiastically. For him, finding a suitable path is important. However, due to his height limitation, he is far from being a proper center, which makes Suker always seem very confused. This also made him incredibly excited after seeing Torlist's short pass. His excitement stemmed from finding a path that suited him. Center drop back to organize. If necessary, he can even play as a winger, since he has quite good speed. A winger who combines forward runs, passing, and interception is a rare breed now, but will be highly sought after in the future. In the evening, Suk returned to Olip's house. The house was dimly lit, and Olip sat in front of the television, engrossed in watching a football match, seemingly oblivious to Suker. Suk went to the bathroom, took a quick shower, changed his clothes, and came out of the room. He took out 4 slices of bread and thick slices of ham from the refrigerator, warmed them up, poured on thick tomato sauce, and started eating them, one in each hand. What kind of competition is this? Suk walked up behind Olip. Without turning his head, Olip said, Arsenal vs Liverpool in the FA Cup. Suker glanced at the score again and saw that Liverpool had scored first, making the score 1-0. Who scored the goal? Suk asked. Olip said with a bitter expression, Owen, that guy runs too fast. At this time, Irving had just won the 2001 Ballon d'Or, shining brightly and considered a superstar. Both his abilities and performance are terrifying, and his talent is obvious to the naked eye. At this point in time, Kyrie Irving is unrealistically strong. Their speed was terrifying, and combined with Liverpool's attacking lineup, they constantly launched attacks on Arsenal's defense. However, Arsenal is not to be underestimated. To watch Arsenal play, you have to look at the team as a whole. The connection between Henry, Pires, and Bergkamp in the front court and the midfield is excellent, and the connection between the midfield and the backcourt is also very smooth. This is also why Arsenal were able to control the ball. Suker watched the game while eating his homemade sandwich. He relied on Inzaghi's awareness to constantly observe the developments of the match. Liverpool's attacks were fierce, but they were unable to break through Arsenal's defense again. This led to them suffering great physical exhaustion in each counterattack. At the same time, the pressure of being on the defensive increased, further amplifying the physical strain. Arsenal, on the other hand, continued to push their attack forward like a gentle stream. Liverpool is in danger. Olip frowned. Liverpool has the advantage. No sooner had he finished speaking than Arsenal midfielder Vieira suddenly launched a vicious tackle, knocking Owen, who hadn't even started moving yet, down with the ball. Meanwhile, Arsenal also began their attacking run. If Liverpool's attack is a violent aesthetic, then Arsenal's is a captivating tango. The ball was constantly passed between Arsenal players, with Bergkamp becoming the key player in Arsenal's passing game in the attacking third. The entire advance was like a swarm of butterflies fluttering among flowers, incredibly beautiful, yet extremely dangerous. Arsenal were advancing, and Liverpool kept retreating. By the time they realized the danger, Bergkamp had already dribbled into the penalty area. Facing pressure from the opponent, Bergkamp feigned a shot, fooling the opponent into blocking him, and then turned sideways and flicked the ball with his heel. The ball weaved through the crowd and landed precisely in front of Henry. Henry faced an open goal and easily slotted it home. Pretty. Perfect. Sukur and Olip both praised it. The entire goal-scoring process was absolutely beautiful. This is Arsene Wenger's Arsenal, a football club that plays beautiful football in an incredibly exciting way. Chapter 9, A New Attempt. Sukur sat next to Olip, and the two chatted as they watched the game. Henry is very impactful on the defense, but I think the key to Arsenal's outstanding performance is Bergkamp. Olip hit the nail on the head with just one sentence. Bergkamp, known as the Ice Prince during his time at Arsenal, was originally a centre forward, but under Wenger's guidance, he moved out of the penalty area and became a winger. Winger and winger are two different concepts. Wingers are positioned on the same attacking line as centre forwards, meaning they are level with them. When they have the ball, their task is the same as the centre forwards, to break through along the flanks and operate near the sidelines. Everything they do is in service of scoring goals. This is also the most popular wing position, nicknamed White Shoes. It is an old name. In the past, the sidelines were painted with white powder, and the wingers would run along the sidelines and their shoes would turn white, hence the name. Robben, Ribéry, and the future Mbappé are all players of this type. Compared to wingers, wide midfielders have more responsibilities. Although there is a need for forward runs and shots to score, the proportion will not be that large. The wingers should focus more on supporting the attack, or even leading the attack, and organizing the link-up play. In defense, they also need to actively retreat. In terms of positioning, they are also behind the center forward, compressing the positional gap with the midfielders to form a closer passing connection. At this time, Bergkamp was obviously playing as a winger, which gave Sukur a lot of insight into the winger position. Arsenal's attack remained fluid and compact, while Liverpool's overly aggressive offense seemed to lack stamina in the later stages. Taking advantage of this time, Arsenal launched a relentless attack. At this point, Arsenal pressed forward as a whole, constantly causing trouble for Liverpool, and their passing and penetration left Liverpool completely bewildered. It's beautiful. Watching Arsenal's fluid passing, Olip squinted and exclaimed, "When will we be able to play football like this?" Suk turned to look at Olip and said, "We can give it a try." Olip, we only have one focal point. To put it bluntly, Linar alone cannot support this kind of fluid attack. Overall, we have too few players with the ball. Rosen has a very good ability to distribute and hold the ball in the back line. He can link up with Linar, and I can also drop back from the center forward position to participate in the organization and support the attack. Suk's face was full of seriousness. Olip, standing to the side, looked surprised and asked, "You retreat? The organization?" Sukur has always played the role of an attacking, stealthy striker, a type of player who converts chances into goals. But now this guy wants to voluntarily withdraw from the organization. Trust me. I did this in youth training. We need to play more as a team and also unleash Linar's attacking abilities. Linar has always made some self-sacrifices in order to provide Sukur with a guarantee of goals. Instead of actively participating in the attack, they draw the opponent's defensive line, provide support along the flanks, etc. Now, Sukur has indicated that he is willing to exchange duties with Linar, or rather, to switch roles back and forth. The overall attack can make the opponent's defense more chaotic. It's no longer just me attacking their defense alone, but the whole team pressing forward and using the numerical advantage to launch quick counterattacks. As for scoring goals, either Linar or I can do it, and at the same time, it can create more opportunities for our wingers. After hearing this, Olip stopped watching the game and turned to ask, "You're going to play number 9.5? Suk asked in surprise, "You know about number 9.5? Olip was speechless. This guy really thought he was a freeloader. Although he didn't have a coaching license, he had undergone multiple coaching training sessions. The reason Olip said Sukur should play as a number 9.5 is because Sukur can't play as a false 9. Both the false 9 and the 9.5 need the center to drop back. The number 9 represents the center, but whether it is a false 9 or a number 9.5, it is an extension of the traditional center's role to include other tasks. The false 9 needs to act as a pivot, using his physical strength to create passing opportunities for teammates making forward runs. But Sukur can't kick like that, his small frame simply can't withstand the impact. Therefore, once a pullback occurs, it should be done in advance and thoroughly. Number 9.5 is the right position for Sukur. But the same problem remains. How was Sukur's passing? So far, Olip hasn't paid much attention to Sukur's passing and playmaking, but maybe he really can. This is indeed a shortcut to improving the team's overall ability. I'll try it tomorrow. Olip made a decisive move. Suk immediately nodded excitedly. The two then turned their attention back to the game, which was still as intense as ever between Arsenal and Liverpool. Olip was simply watching the game and enjoying the tension and excitement. Sukur, however, looked beyond the game itself and towards the land where football flourished. Top leagues, elite teams, and strong teams clash head-to-head. All of this was stimulating Suk's nerves. This was the stage of his dreams. Ultimately, after 90 minutes, Arsenal, thanks to Dennis Bergkamp's brilliant performance in midfield, defeated Liverpool 2-1, securing a home victory. After watching the game, the two went straight back to their room to sleep, as they had things to do the next day. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Suk got up early, washed up quickly, went to the kitchen, took out a small iron basin, and rushed out of the room. The mornings in Mostar are very peaceful. The little bird perched on the tree branch, chirping away. The weather was exceptionally good today, the sky was cloudless, and the sun shone brightly on the earth. Suk's steps became much lighter, and humming a song, he skipped and hopped all the way to a ranch. Walking through the pasture fence, you come to a shed where an elderly man with a thick beard is diligently milking cows. "Grandpa Keksvich, bring me a bowl of milk." The old man named Kesvich looked up at Suk, and without saying much, he took the small iron basin, scooped a basin of milk from the milk bucket under the cow, and handed it back. Suk carefully took it, not daring to be careless in the slightest, as if he couldn't waste a single bit. Keksvich stood up, patted his aching back, and looked at Suk with a smile. "Little Suk, why aren't you grown up yet? I'm waiting to use you for advertising." Suk's attention was entirely on the iron basin, and he casually said, it will grow, and then I won't charge you for being a spokesperson." Keksvich couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ksevich took great care of this Asian boy, who was also from Croatia. He gave Suk milk for free and would occasionally invite Suk over for some meat to supplement his nutrition. Both Kersvich and Sukur were people who had lived through that turbulent period, and they knew all too well the pain of that time. Keksvich lost his family in that war, and his grandson was also separated from him during the escape. Kersvich was very good to Suk, perhaps he was also praying that someone would treat his lost grandson the way he did. Holding the milk basin, Suk slowly made his way back to Olip's house. After entering the kitchen, he poured the milk into a clean pot. The freshly squeezed milk was very fresh, but it still needed to be boiled before drinking. Once the milk boiled, Suk scooped it out again. Suk took out some bread slices from the refrigerator, heated them up, dipped them in ketchup, and ate breakfast with milk. After finishing his meal, Suk jumped off the dining table and went to a load-bearing column in the room. There are 3 marks on the load-bearing column. The difference between these 3 marks is very small, only about 1 to 2 centimeters. The 3rd mark is obviously deeper. This is obviously used to measure height. Suk stood with his back to the load-bearing column, close to it. Stand with your legs together, chest out, head up, and make a gesture with the highest point above your head. When Suk turned his head expectantly, he found that the palm was perfectly positioned in the most profound part of the 3rd paragraph. "You haven't grown taller." Suk was a little discouraged, but he quickly patted his cheeks and cheered himself up. After all, this kind of blow has happened more than once or twice. Suk still firmly believes that he will grow up, it's just that he'll develop later. Olip was having a wonderful dream. In his dream, he was standing on the coach's bench at Highbury Stadium, commanding the team and enjoying the worship and cheers of thousands of people on the field. He gained fame, money, and beautiful women. Just as he was about to spend the night with the beautiful model, a loud noise suddenly broke out. Bang! "Get up! Get up!" Sukur kicked Olip into his room. At this moment, Olip awoke, transitioning from a dream to reality. The confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he began to realize the current situation. Immediately, a hint of anger appeared in his eyes as he glared at Suk. "You brat! I'm going to kill you!" Olip flew into a rage, but Sukar reacted swiftly, turning and disappearing in a flash. Olip's obese figure could not possibly keep up, and he eventually leaned against the wall, panting heavily, glaring angrily at Suk. Finally, Olip let out a heavy snort and yawned. "What time is it now?" "Suk, 7 a.m. Olip suddenly fell silent. "Today is Saturday." "Right." "Is today's training session at 2 p.m.? "That's right." Olip fell silent again, and the next second, a roar echoed from inside the room once more. "Die, you brat! I'm going to kill you today and avenge my Saturday." Crackling sounds. Olip's room became very lively early in the morning. Chapter 10, Let's Play Football Together. When we arrived at the main site next to the farm again, it was still dilapidated and the site was not maintained at all. Although Mostar Rangers is a second division team, as the saying goes, apart from the top league, the rest of Bosnia and Herzegovina is amateur. Many of the Mostar Rangers players have their own main jobs, so they don't have much time to train. The weekly training camp is their only opportunity to work together and get to know each other. On this day, the players would put down what they were doing and gather on the field. Around 1 p.m., the players arrived one after another. Mostar Rangers have only 12 players, which allows them to play 6v6 scrimmages during team training. However, something unexpected happened today. Bakshi said he needs to take the day off, he seems to be having some health problems today. Linar said to Olip. Olip covered his forehead, a look of helplessness on his face. There are too few players, and the ability to withstand risks is too low. In the second division, there have been instances where matches have been cancelled due to teams not being able to field enough players, let alone training camps. "It's okay, I'll take his place first." Olip took off his jacket, the head coach was about to come onto the field. The group gathered together, and Olip began to explain the tactics. "Guys, let's try a different style of play today. Our previous organization point only had one person, Linar, but this time, we're going to add another one," Olip said. Me. Suk couldn't wait to step forward and say, "I'll be the on-field organizer." Everyone looked at Suk in surprise, including Linar. "Can you do it?" Linar asked curiously. Sukar gave a thumbs up. "If you can, how about you play for another half season?" Linar paused for a moment, then scratched his cheek. "Generally, if you see that the other party is in a difficult position, you will give up." But Sukar persisted, saying, "Just half a season. If you still feel it's not working after half a season, then I'll leave too." Linar looked at Olip, who pursed his lips and said, "Can you manage half a season?" Linar thought for a moment, then sighed, "Okay, half a season is the limit." Upon hearing this, everyone smiled. Linar is too important to the team. In half a season, Sukar is confident that he can become even better and take over the command from Linar. "Let's begin." Sukar waved his hand, and everyone began to walk onto the field. At the same time, a hooded boy walked in through the archway at the edge of the stadium. "Is there a competition here?" Modric walked in curiously, and soon he saw the Mostar Rangers players training. There is a huge gap between the Bosnian Premier League and the top division, which means that newly promoted teams often have to return to the top division in a very miserable way every year. This is even more true for the second division league. After watching for a short while, Modric shook his head. Poor discipline, insufficient team cohesion, and a lack of disciplined defense. Modric offered his assessment. A complete mess. However, these players still have some good ones. For example, the number 10 in midfield, despite his age, has very solid basic skills, passes and receives the ball smoothly, and distributes the ball reasonably. However, he lacks a sense of the overall situation and holds onto the ball too long, causing the team to miss counter-attack opportunities. As for that short guy in the front court, what is he running around for? Modric stood on the sidelines, curiously looking at Sukar's position, which looked somewhat familiar from a distance. At this moment, Suk suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "No! No! This isn't the feeling." Sukar shouted to stop the game and walked over to Linar, saying, "Boss, pass the ball to me. Don't pass it forward, pass it to my feet. Linar gave a wry smile, can you handle it? You have Rothenmiski behind you. Suk turned his head and saw that the 1.9-meter tall Luo Tenmaski raised his eyebrows at Suk and shook his pectoral muscles as if he were showing them off. Don't worry about it, just send it to me. Linar shook his head, okay, I understand. The game restarted, and Sukur kept moving back and forth. When he saw Linar making a forward run, Sukur immediately retreated. Linar also saw Sukur, who immediately passed the ball to him. Sukur receives the ball and continues to drop back to touch it. Instead of staying put or turning around, he wanted to take a long detour and use his agility to bypass Rothenmiski's defense. When he finally got around to the ball and was about to pass, the attacking third was completely empty. Where are they? Suk shouted loudly. When he turned his head, the two wingers were positioned parallel to him, and Linar did not make a forward run after passing the ball. Suk was so angry he was about to vomit blood. But he had no choice but to go on, and was eventually brought down by the defenders. And this scene kept repeating itself. No one knew what Sukur was up to, but Modric on the sidelines found it increasingly strange. Why not move forward? That small forward has already drawn the defense out of the way and is also drawing defenders towards the flanks. However, the winger failed to cover the middle position and form a triangular attacking formation with the smaller forward. The midfielders who were passing the ball showed absolutely no intention of making any forward runs. This is going to exhaust that short guy. Sukur did not give up, he continued to run and constantly shouted instructions to his teammates. However, the scene became increasingly chaotic. Sukur was full of fighting spirit, firmly believing that if they continued to work together, they still had a chance to win the game. Sukur could hold on, but Olip couldn't. Vomit. A sound of vomiting was heard. Sukur stepped on the ball and turned to look, only to see Olip crouching outside the field, his body shaking violently. It was obvious that he had exhausted too much energy and vomited from running. After everyone gathered around, Olip's face turned red and he was panting heavily. I can't go on, I can't run anymore. Olip could barely speak properly. Clearly, this level of exercise was still too difficult for Olip. The group looked at each other, wondering how they could conduct intensive training with so few people. There are still people there. Sukur suddenly pointed to the sidelines. Everyone turned to look. At the same time, Modric also saw this scene. Soon, Suk dashed over. Hey, wanna play a game of football with us? We're short one man. Suk's statement was simple and clear. Modric was about to refuse, but Sukur pulled him over directly. Modric was dragged to the front of the crowd and shouted. He agreed. Modric's eyes widened. He doesn't remember agreeing to it. But Suk has already begun making arrangements. How about you play midfield? You're too big for defense. Modric is rather thin, only slightly taller than Sukur. Modric, being rather shy, nodded slightly. It's not a competition, just playing around, there's no problem. Besides, training alone is quite boring for him. Most importantly, he was very curious about what this guy was going to do. Modric recognized him as the boy who had jumped off the old bridge, but he never expected him to be a football player. Aren't you going to take off your coat? Sukur pointed to Modric's face-covering jacket and asked. Modric gently shook his head, no need. His voice was calm and composed, yet it carried a strong sense of confidence. Soon after, Olip was substituted off, and Modric stood behind Sukur. Once the game resumed, Modric immediately got back into the game. Modric's runs weren't as vigorous, but he always kept his head up, a stark contrast to most of the players in the stadium who were looking down at the ball. When Modric first touched the ball, he simply passed it to the right wing and did not hold on to it. However, the next second, he didn't stay where he was, but ran forward. Passed the ball. Seeing his wingers being contained, Modric immediately called for a pass. Vitalik, leaning against the opposing fullback, immediately passed the ball to him. At this moment, the centre-backs began to move forward. Modric saw all this, and with a slight backward shift of his foot, he managed to let the ball pass between his legs. The whole process was done casually and effortlessly. Wow! Off the field, Olip, sitting on the ground, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Even Linar on the field couldn't help but exclaim, beautiful. As they turned to look, Suker had already dribbled past the two center-backs, quickly entered the penalty area, and unleashed a powerful right-footed shot. However, the ball lacked power and was saved by the goalkeeper. Ah! Suk rubbed his head frantically, his face full of regret. But in the end, he still gave Modric a thumbs up. The message is very well conveyed. Modric nodded slightly. This level of training match is neither difficult nor stressful. After all, he doesn't even respect the Bosnian Premier League. After witnessing Modric's brilliant performance, the team members began to trust him and started passing the ball to him frequently. Suk also retreated voluntarily. Modric immediately passed the ball to Suker after seeing him. The pass wasn't fast. Modric intended to play a 1-2 with Suker. But Suker cut inside to stop the ball, turned and positioned himself sideways, with his back to Modric. This means they have no intention of cooperating with him. Modric frowned slightly. But the next second, Suker made a sharp cut-down pass. The ball slipped between centre-back Kobaro and full-back Bastok, finding its way to the open space on the wing, where it was caught by winger Maslasic, who immediately surged into the penalty area. Wow! This perfect pass once again made Olip exclaim in surprise and couldn't help but stand up. The expressions of the others were almost identical. After all, this pass was beautiful from any angle. For Modric, the pass was also a huge shock. It's not just the passing itself, but the little guy's vision and overall understanding of the game that are key. Use yourself as bait to pass the ball to the more threatening side. If it's not a coincidence, then this is definitely the vision talent of a top midfielder. Chapter 11, Suker and Modric. Go! Suk shouted excitedly. However, what he saw was Maslasic falling flat on his face under the interference of the defender. Ah! Suk rubbed his head in frustration. They've practically fed it to your mouth, and you still can't eat it. Maslasic stood up awkwardly, somewhat avoiding looking at Suk. This through ball that pierced the defense was absolutely brilliant. Maslasic only needed to gently guide the ball forward to create a one-on-one opportunity. But he messed it up. However, this transmission also caused many people to turn around and look at Suk in surprise. How could their short center have such outstanding passing ability? It's not just about passing the ball, but also about having a good overall view of the game. This is an extraordinary talent. Even Olip on the sidelines blinked and muttered to himself. Should I let him play as an attacking midfielder? Suker cannot play as an attacking midfielder. Not only will attacking midfielders have no place in future football tactics, but they will also be far removed from the goal. Currently, Suker is developing entirely new abilities, focusing on a support role primarily based on passing. But he still wants to be the one who scores the decisive goal. All the changes so far are to make up for the physical gap so that he can better adapt to the professional arena. When he grows taller, Suk's eyes lit up, feeling that his future was bright and promising. Again. 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 Suker urged him to keep kicking. He's just found his rhythm and is really enjoying himself, so he doesn't want to be interrupted at this moment. Everyone returned to the game. After that one successful collaboration, Suker's teamwork became even smoother. Modric is a talented midfielder whose judgment of the situation on the field is better than anyone else here. Even though he wasn't playing very seriously, he still put a lot of pressure on the defense. Linar was initially a little uncomfortable, but as Suker and Modric worked together, he followed suit and gradually joined in, eventually turning it into a three-way collaboration. After the three completed their passing combination, the two flanks and the back line also gradually began to push forward. Thump. 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 That's the sound of the ball rubbing against the shoes. With each pass, Suker chooses to touch the ball with one foot, or at most two. The entire transfer process was incredibly smooth. Even if a problem arises at some point, the situation will instantly calm down when the ball is passed to Suker, Linar, and Modric. The three ball-handling core players spread their influence throughout the team, and at this point, the fangs of their offense gradually became visible. Suker glanced at his teammates and the defensive line on both sides, and then retreated again. Upon seeing Suker's movement, center-back Kobaro, who had experienced this before, immediately gave chase. At this moment, Modric passed the ball to Suker, who made no attempt to stop it and passed it back. The decisive back pass caught Kobaro off guard as he lunged at him from behind. Suker turned to look at Kobaro, grinned, and showed off his bright white teeth. For some reason, Kobaro always felt that smile was somewhat repulsive. Modric had already moved the ball to the wing, and Suker immediately moved over. Vitalik saw Kobaro sticking close to Suker and chose to pass the ball back to Modric. Modric passed the ball to Suker, Kobaro immediately lunged forward, and Suker passed it back. "Why do you keep sending it back?" Kobaro missed his target and shouted in dissatisfaction. Suk shrugged, "Then don't come on top of me." Kobaro scoffed, "Are you not pressing forward, waiting for me to pass you a threatening ball?" At this moment, Modric surprisingly passed the ball to Suker again. Unable to contain himself any longer, Kobaro suddenly sped up, this time running at full speed, trying to intercept Suk before he could. But Suker didn't wait in place, instead, he proactively retreated to meet the ball. Both players rushed toward the ball at great speed. Looking at the ball in front of him, Suker gently flicked it to the outside with the instep of his left foot. The ball rolled to the left, and Suker immediately turned around, creating distance in the opposite direction of the pass. Kobaro missed again, his attention following the ball's movement, completely unaware that Suker was now positioned level with him, making small, quick adjustments. Linar arrived at the area on the left without any trouble, and his next task was quite simple. Use the space created by Suker to pass a through ball directly through. Sure enough, the moment Linar passed the ball, Suker suddenly accelerated and surged forward at high speed. "They've been breached again. Stop him." The defenders on both sides quickly closed in, and the goalkeeper also rushed out of his goal to maximize the blocking area. In theory, Suker's shooting angle is extremely difficult. But, who says you have to shoot? Suker moved forward from the middle to the left, drawing all the defensive forces to the left, leaving only one fullback in the middle. What Suk had to do next was quite simple. A simple fake shot sent the opponent sprawling, while Suker lightly tapped the ball with his right foot, stopping it in place, and continued his run to the left, drawing away most of the defense. But they didn't notice Modric behind Suker. The two players made a cross run, and Modric snatched the ball from Suker, who had stopped in place. Facing a goal guarded only by a fullback, Modric easily scored into the bottom left corner. The ball went into the net with a thud. Wow! When Suker saw the goal, he jumped up excitedly. The attacking players also gasped in surprise. Even Linar was holding his head in disbelief. Is this really the kind of attack they put up? It's incredibly detailed. Suker and Modric, with their numerous overlapping runs and probing passes, smoothly delivered the ball to the danger zone. Of course, Suker's diagonal forward runs and footwork were also very imaginative. Modric's ability to read Suker's mind was also crucial. These two guys, it's a ghost. Olip's face still showed a shocked expression. If it weren't for the dilapidated stadium, he would have thought he was watching Arsenal play. The main reason was that the attack was too fluid, with almost the entire sequence consisting of one-touch passes, and the team also managed to draw away the defensive forces as much as possible before scoring. Here, Suker and Modric seemed to have formed some kind of tacit understanding. The combination of these two made the goal so smooth. Luo Tengma Siki, you've missed it again. It was clearly your fault for not keeping an eye on things. I'm keeping a very close eye on it. But you couldn't stop him either. The defending team was somewhat frustrated, mainly because they were being toyed with like dogs by the opposing team, which would make anyone unhappy. Alright, stop arguing. Don't forget, we're on the same team. Linar came over to smooth things over, and his words made them feel much better. Yes. They're a team, a strong forward means they're strong too. As long as they're not the ones getting outplayed during the game, that's fine. Soon, everyone started discussing it excitedly. Most our Rangers used to play a defensive counter-attacking style, a simple and brutal tactic. This exquisite tactical coordination and brilliant positioning made them feel very comfortable. Even Modric stood there, stunned. He carefully reviewed the previous collaboration. There was no error whatsoever, everyone was in their proper place, and everyone's movement contributed to the goal. And among them, the short striker named Suker orchestrated everything. It's a very strange feeling. Modric didn't feel this way at his club, Mostarzlinski. Keep in mind, that's a Super League team. Although the intensity is higher compared to amateur football, this kind of teamwork is still usable at that level. The most important thing is the control of rhythm and the smoothness of the flow. Modric remained silent. Since his transfer to Bosnia and Herzegovina, he hadn't played football so smoothly for a long time. He used to complain that his teammates were pigs who didn't understand his positioning and passing intentions. How could a combination that couldn't be played in the Super League suddenly emerge in an amateur football match they were playing for the first time? Which part of the process went wrong? Is it my problem or my teammates' problem? Modric fell into deep self-doubt. Hey! High five! At that moment, a voice rang out. Modric looked down and saw Suker raising his hands, laughing. You're really good, your pass was fantastic. Modric blushed. It was clearly this guy who led the attack. Suk looked at the hooded boy in front of him, whose body seemed a little stiff, and asked, Are you feeling unwell? Are you a player? Would you be interested in playing for us? Suk immediately extended an invitation. Modric nodded, then shook his head. Suk was puzzled. But Modric turned and shook his head, saying, I'm leaving. They've left. Suk quickly replied, I haven't kicked enough yet. Modric turned to look at Suker and suddenly said, You should play midfield. Suker paused for a moment, realizing that the statement was completely irrelevant, but it could be considered Modric's advice to himself. I'm better at running off the ball, but I lack a good midfielder to pass me the ball, Suker chuckled. I'm the top scorer in the second division. Modric, the top scorer in the second division can't score a single goal in the Premier League. Suk was taken aback. Did this guy even know how to talk? I've already praised you, so you should at least give me some mutual compliments. A hint of displeasure was clearly visible on Suk's face. Modric realized he had misspoke and immediately said, Sorry, that's not what I meant, but, it's just the truth. Suk. Well. Suker sighed, raised his arm to pat Modric on the head, but found he couldn't reach it, so he patted Modric's shoulder instead and said, Come visit often when you have time. We train here every Tuesday. Tuesday. Modric nodded and said, I understand. Having said that, he turned and left. Suker watched Modric's departing figure, raised his eyebrows slightly, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face, and finally revealed a knowing smile. Chapter 12, Luka, you're here early. That guy is definitely a professional player, and at a very high level. Linar leaned closer and said, watching Modric's departing figure. Suk turned his head and smiled, How so? I can't keep up at all. Linar shook his head and said, His passing strategy is very clear, which is a quality honed through years of professional matches. Also, when he handles the ball, he is quick and rarely looks down, always observing. I observed that he made 8 observations during the gaps in receiving and passing the ball. Suk was surprised, You still have time to look at these? There's no other way. Linar shrugged. My brain can't keep up with the pace, so I have to play without thinking. Just pass the ball to whoever I see. Suk smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying, A very good method. Mlinarnu looked towards the entrance of the stadium and asked, Do you know who that guy is? Suk smiled, It's easy to guess. You really know? Linar asked in surprise. Suk shook his head, You're so slow. There are only so many people in the whole town of Mostar, and young people are even rarer. Among these young people, there are only 2 who can play football like that. Which 2? Linar asked politely. Suker counted on his fingers, one is the Croatian prodigy currently playing for Mostarzlinski. Linar quickly answered, Luka Modric. I've watched his games, his talent is truly enviable. And someone else? Suk pointed to himself. Linar tilted his head, What do you mean? Suk angrily retorted, Me. There's another one, me. Linar was stunned for a moment. Suk rolled his eyes at the guy, annoyed, but the guy unexpectedly blurted out. You're saying he's Modric? Suk's eyes widened. Was this the important point? Shouldn't you praise me? Linar stroked his chin thoughtfully. I knew it. His abilities are already beyond this level. If he were serious, he would have already wiped us out. Hey! Suk waved his hand and said, I did very well too. Linar ignored him and continued to remark, playing with him is so comfortable, it feels like I don't even need to use my brain. Suk didn't want to talk anymore and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Modric has returned to the club's dormitory. After taking off his hooded tracksuit, his hair lay limply on his scalp, and he was slightly sweaty. Despite its slightly sticky texture, it brought me a great deal of inner comfort. Yes. He played a very comfortable football game. Despite being a 6-player team, the overall teamwork gave him a long-lost sense of exhilaration. This is something the club couldn't give him. Although he tried hard to play this kind of football at the club level, it was always somewhat difficult to achieve. He didn't know where the problem lay. However, this experience made him somewhat hesitant. Perhaps he really should make some changes. Arriving at his desk, Modric picked up a pen and paper and began to write furiously. Perhaps it was his inner excitement that made the pen fly so fast, as if it were dancing on the paper. Dear Coach, in my last letter I expressed my frustration with the team's predicament. I didn't understand why they couldn't read my thoughts and intentions, which caused us to miss opportunities and the games I looked forward to turned out badly. I blamed my teammates and questioned the head coach, but today I realized that things may not be like that at all. Modric adjusted his posture, recalled the scenes from the match, and continued writing. It was a magical experience. It was a group of strangers, the first time I had ever met them, and we had never trained together. But this group of people was able to play passing combinations that delighted me time and time again. I really enjoyed that feeling, with the ball moving back and forth at my feet while penetrating the opponent's defense, using passing. Using teamwork to tear apart the opponent's defense. There, I met an interesting guy. As he wrote this, a slight smile appeared on Modric's lips. A week later, in Zagreb, the capital of Croatia, a 2-story detached house. In a courtyard surrounded by plants, a middle-aged man of about 40 years old was sitting in a recliner, patiently reading a letter in his hand, with a slight smile occasionally appearing on his lips. Our first encounter was in the middle of the old bridge in Mostar. He was banging 2 iron basins to attract attention, preparing to collect money for a diving performance. To be honest, it wasn't diving season at the time, and I suspected he was a fraud. But surprisingly, he actually jumped, and I admired his courage. Then, during a running training session, I bumped into their team training camp again. It turned out that the guy was also a professional player, currently playing in the Bosnian 2nd Division. He was only 150 centimeters tall, which looked extremely short, but he was the top scorer in the 2nd Division. That was really interesting. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression showed slight surprise, and he even uttered an "oh." Clearly, this was beyond his comprehension. Out of interest, the middle-aged man continued reading, presumably about the little boy. That guy said he's a forward who makes forward runs, but I don't know the specifics. However, his passing, vision, and overall game awareness are all excellent, about the same as mine. This time, the middle-aged man straightened his back slightly. He was genuinely interested. As the coach who nurtured Modric from a young age, he knows very well what kind of talent Modric possesses. The most crucial element is the vision and overall understanding of the game that a top-class midfielder possesses. Modric's interpretation of the little boy also surprised him. A center who is 150 centimeters tall and has top-notch vision and overall game awareness. The middle-aged man grinned slightly. How was this freak raised? Below the letter, Modric described their passing combination in detail, so much so that it gave the reader a sense of being there. To illustrate this even more clearly, Modric even drew a tactical movement animation. The middle-aged man watched the crooked tactical animation with great interest, while simultaneously sketching out the scene of the match in his mind. It has to be said that Modric's intuition was correct. This little guy's positioning was perfect, neither too outstanding nor too lacking, just right to stand in the most stable position and connect with the rhythm of the pass. If he possesses excellent dribbling skills and considerable speed, he could be a promising attacking midfielder. However, he's only 150 centimeters tall. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. That's a real weakness. Although height isn't such a significant factor in the midfield position in football, 150 centimeters is indeed too short. It should still be developing, the middle-aged man murmured, continuing to look down at the letter. In the letter, Modric launched into a lengthy statement and then began to express his opinion again. Teacher, I really want to go home, but not like this, but as a victor. I will prove them right. And I will prove that you were right, I promise. Love you, Luca. The letter ended there. The middle-aged man put down the letter and slowly exhaled. A letter from Luca? Inside the room, a woman came out carrying 2 cups of coffee. She handed 1 cup to him, then sat down opposite him and sighed, he's only 16. The Mostok brothers have gone too far. The middle-aged man sneered, they want to eliminate my influence in Dinamo Zagreb as much as possible. The woman sighed, they're spreading rumors in the media, aren't you going to fight back? No need to retaliate. Results will prove everything, said the middle-aged man, former Dinamo Zagreb coach Bizic, confidently. They are helping me purge the team, and I'm glad to see someone willing to play the villain. Woman, but they also want to take the team for themselves. Bizic waved his hand, it's not that easy. Just 2 stubborn idiots. They know nothing about football. They may be good orators, but they are definitely not qualified coaches. Results will speak for themselves. Once they have almost destroyed the club, it will be time for me to rebuild. So how long will it take? Probably 1 season. Bizic's tone was somewhat uncertain. The woman sighed again, poor Luca, he'll have to stay in Bosnia and Herzegovina all season by himself. He's not a very sociable person, I wonder if he'll be bullied. He's doing well. Bizic picked up the letter, smiled, and said, he seems to have made a friend. The woman exclaimed with delight, really? That's wonderful news. All right, we should attend the banquet tonight. Even though you're no longer the head coach, you still need to maintain these connections. Besides, Mr. Most is still very supportive of you, and we should express our gratitude. Listening to the woman's words, Bizic smiled wryly and said, a banquet? I really don't like these things. Stop complaining, we should go try on our dresses. After saying that, he grabbed Bizic and went into the house. On the dining table in the courtyard, letters lay beneath coffee cups, trembling gently in the breeze. A ranch in the town of Mostar on Tuesday. Luca, you're here early. Modric tilted his head and looked at Suker with a look of astonishment. Suker sat down next to Modric and began putting on his shoes. Modric snapped out of his daze and asked nervously, how do you know who I am? It's easy to guess. Suk pointed around and said, everyone here knows. Modric. Linar was the first to raise his hand and greet, good afternoon, Modric. Hello, Luca. Your pass was fantastic. I watched your game last week. It's a bit of a pity, we had a chance to win. Sarajevo is also very strong, Torlester's performance was too dominant. Go for it. Beat them next time, Warriors of Mostar. Ha ha ha. Modric was clearly a bit flustered. At this moment, Suk, fully dressed, stood up and tugged at his hooded coat, saying, take it off, it's awfully hot. Modric remained silent. Suk asked curiously, why do you always wear this outfit? Is there any special meaning behind it? Modric remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a barely audible voice, it makes me feel safe. What? Suk didn't hear clearly. Modric quickly replied, I like wearing this outfit. Okay. Suk nodded. He understood Suk's quirks, it was a matter of personality. Get ready. Suk said with a smile, holding out his palm. The party is about to begin. Modric perked up, extended his hand, and the two gave each other a light high five. Snap. Chapter 13, The Final Battle. Whoosh. The ball fell into the field, and Suker scored with a brilliant lob. Pretty. Linar couldn't help but shout. This was a connection between Suker and Modric, a pass-and-run combination. Suker's perfectly timed run and Modric's through ball created the goal. This goal also made Modric look at Suker in surprise once again. Previously, Suker had said that his ability to make forward runs was very good, but Modric didn't pay much attention to it at the time. But this goal has already proven that. Besides all that, Suker is always able to shake off defenders, which is also a very impressive ability. That's enough for today. Olip clapped and shouted. The crowd gradually walked to the sidelines. Suker took off his jersey and casually wiped away his sweat, then scooped 2 bowls of water from a bucket and handed one to Modric. If you were on our team, we could definitely get promoted to the top division or even the Super League. Modric took the water glass, remaining silent, clearly unsure how to respond. Suker laughed and said, "Our league season ends this Saturday. After the games, we'll have to get back to work." Modric exclaimed in surprise, "The league is over? So soon? It's only mid-April, how come the league has already ended?" Clearly, Modric was unaware of the unique nature of the Bosnian second division. After Suker explained again, Modric finally understood, nodded slightly, and then fell silent. Suker didn't say anything more, he was still really looking forward to Saturday's final game. Besides testing his current abilities and new tactics, the post-match card draw opportunities and the rich season reward card draws are extremely tempting to him. Based on past experience, the season reward card draws often yield some very good cards. "How are you all doing now?" Suk asked casually. Modric paused for a moment before saying, "There's no chance of winning the title this season. Mostar Zlinski is not in a good position right now. They are under pressure from the capital Sarajevo FC, with a large points gap, and have no hope of winning the title. And you?" Suk continued to ask. "Modric, I will try my best, and next season should be better." The words implied that Modric was not doing too well. Suk nodded, "Don't rush." At this moment, Olip stood in front of the truck and waved to Suk, saying, "We should go." Suk immediately shouted, "Right away." After saying that, he turned to Modric and smiled, "I have to go now. I have to go to work later. If you have time, you can come and watch our game." Then, without waiting for Modric's response, he turned and ran away. Modric watched as Suker jumped onto the truck, which disappeared from sight amidst a cloud of dust. Modric then said softly, "Saturday. Finding a job is an extremely difficult thing, especially for a miner like Suk. There's a machine factory near Mostar that's hiring, but the jobs are so sought after that Suk doesn't even get a chance, the locals are all scrambling to get them." For Suk, the best option was a job that didn't require a contract, which was essentially working illegally. Mostar's economic output is not high, and its economy is mainly based on tourism. During that year, Suk tried his hand at various jobs, including tour guide, dock worker, dishwasher, waiter, and even street performer. "I've tried every business that could make money, but it's still hard to make ends meet, and I'm barely scraping by. Fortunately, many restaurants are hiring recently, as the World Cup is approaching and bars will become the townspeople's go-to places to watch the games. For example, Mostar Rangers goalkeeper Back has already started converting his shop into a bar. However, he personally handled the modification process." Thump thump thump. The sound of hammering nails. With 2 nails in his mouth, a hammer in his hand, and gloves on his hands, Suk sat horizontally on the beam, installing a TV support rod onto the load-bearing column. After hammering in the last 3 nails, Suk called down, "How's the angle?" Below, Bakshi turned his head left and right to look at it, then gave a thumbs up and said, "Very good." Suk chuckled and said, "I was once an apprentice of Linar." As the town's only carpenter, Linar's skills were excellent and highly regarded by the townspeople. Suk had worked there before. Using his hands to support himself, Suk slid down to the support column, grabbed it with both hands, and nimbly climbed down. Slap! Slap! Suker clapped his hands and said, "I'll do the renovations for you for free. Don't forget your promise to hire me during the World Cup." "Okay. Okay." Bakshi replied casually, then pointed to the door and said, "Assemble the light fixtures outside, and wipe all the tables down, that'll cover dinner tonight." Upon hearing that he could eat for free, Suk immediately saluted. "Receive." He turned and ran out in a flash, and soon the sound of clanging and banging echoed from the doorway. Bakshi smiled as he watched Suk's retreating figure, then turned and went about his own business. The renovation of Bakshi Tavern was completed quickly. Under the guidance of Linar, the direction of Bakshi, and the hard work of Suk, the renovation was completed in just 4 days. The former restaurant has been transformed into a medieval tavern. The building is constructed of smoked wood, with a roof that flickers with dim light. A signboard reads, Bakshi Tavern, and 2 large wooden barrels adorn the entrance. Even before entering the pub, you could smell the strong aroma of rum. Looking at the results of their 4 days of hard work, the 3 were quite satisfied. The townspeople moving around were also looking at the tavern, clearly choosing the best place to watch the games during the World Cup. The renovation is complete. The competition is tomorrow, so you should all get some rest. Linar waved his hand, preparing to leave. Sukur turned and shouted, don't forget your promise, after playing half a season. Linar waved and smiled in response. Bakshi glanced at Suk, who was still there, and said, shouldn't you be leaving? Heartless. Suk turned and cursed, your employees are all starving, shouldn't you give them dinner? Bakshi grinned, how many meals have you already freeloaded from me before you've even started working? Suk pointed to the tavern, I did a lot of work. Bakshi shook his head and said, come in with me. Bakshi's cooking skills were quite good, although there wasn't much meat, Suk still managed to have a full meal. After finishing his meal, Suk didn't linger and left without a word. After all, there's a final match tomorrow. The following day, fans gathered again at Ranch Field. However, there were fewer people than usual, probably because it was almost time to get busy and they chose to watch the game rather than work. Even so, there are still more than 100 fans. This number of fans is already quite considerable for a team in the second division. It's the same old routine, Olip roams among the crowds collecting ticket sales, which is the team's main source of revenue for next season's matches, along with travel and accommodation expenses. The final match is a home game, which is very good news for Sukur and his team. The bad news is that they are playing against Lieta, the current league leaders in the second division and a team preparing for promotion to the first division. This is a team that was just formed this year and is currently the only one that stands out. Compared to other second division teams that are just getting by, Lieta has big ambitions, they are aiming for the Super League. The club has a relatively complete structure and its economic situation is comparable to that of teams in the Super League. It also has a dedicated coaching staff and a group of formidable players. In terms of overall quality, Mostar Rangers and Lieta are simply not in the same league. It's like the difference between a ragtag army and a regular army. Lieta had already secured the championship and promotion, so they had little pressure in the competition. The final match was also approached with a playful attitude. Of course, they have a very deep impression of the Mostar Rangers team. This team caused them considerable trouble on their path to the championship. Especially the short guy, number 9 Sukur, and the midfield maestro, number 10 Linar. Hey! Suk, get past me! Suddenly a shout rang out. In the Lieta lineup, a burly man, about 190 centimeters tall, was seen taunting the Mostar Wanderers, but he was only taunting Sukur. This is Lieta's centre-back, named Unovic. Just like his massive physique and muscular face, he's a heavyweight player. However, in their last encounter, Sukur scored 3 goals despite Sukur's defense, completing a hat-trick. Even with Sukur's brilliant performance, Lieta was once in dire straits. Fortunately, Mostar's super sieve came into play, a butterflied hand and a slip-up, allowing the opponent to tie the score. Even so, for Unovic, Sukur is still the one who gave him a shameful history. Provoked by the other party, Suk glanced at him indifferently and casually held up 3 fingers. Seeing this, Unovic angrily said, "You won't be scoring in this match." Unovic was furious, but his teammates were laughing their heads off. He was clearly enjoying watching his teammates make fools of themselves. Alright, this is the final preparation time. Just like we practiced before, let's show different tactical styles. After saying that, Olip continued, don't put too much pressure on yourself, just treat it as a warm-up match. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sukur tightened his socks before following his teammates onto the field. The fans at the scene were already cheering. For this small town lacking entertainment, the weekly football match is their most enjoyable moment. Mostar Rangers play on Saturday. Mostar Zrinski plays on Sunday. Of course, compared to the unchanging Zrinski of Mostar, Rangers, despite playing in the second division, always manage to give fans different surprises, and their matches are more intense, which is one of the reasons why Rangers ticket sales are so high. Chapter 14, A Beautiful Goal. Modric arrived at the stadium as promised, but he stood on the periphery of the crowd, in a relatively small area. He doesn't like those chaotic places, and here he has a better view of the entire field. Modric felt obligated to accept Suker's invitation. Suker is Modric's only friend in Bosnia and Herzegovina. His shy and proud personality makes it difficult for him to integrate into his surroundings and the team. They are not good at socializing, cannot express themselves, and will not take the initiative to start a conversation. Of course, there was also some arrogance at play. He believed that the entire Bosnian league was terrible, with outdated tactics and poor player quality. Therefore, he genuinely considers Suk, with whom he has formed a good understanding and cooperation, to be a friend. At this point, both teams were already in their respective halves of the field, with Mostar Rangers kicking off first. Suker and Linar stood together in the center circle. The rules for kicking off during this period remain unchanged. After the kickoff, the ball must roll forward one full circle into the opponent's territory before being passed back. This operation requires two people to complete simultaneously. After the new rules for kicking off in 2016, this requirement was removed, and it eventually came down to the center forward kicking off alone from the center circle. Modric looked at Suker, who was standing in the center circle waiting for the kickoff, and couldn't help but find it somewhat comical. Modric's physique is considered weak for Bosnia and Herzegovina, while Suker is practically a toddler, creating a stark visual contrast with the players around him. In the Bosnian Premier League, Modric struggled due to physical limitations. He was very curious about how Suk, whose body was weaker than his own, solved this problem. At this moment, the match officially began with the referee's whistle. Suker gently passed the ball diagonally forward, and Linar immediately passed it back. The two ran one after the other. Suker charged straight into the opponent's back line, while Linar dropped back to receive the pass. As soon as Suker reached the opponent's back line, Unovic immediately closed in. The guy pressed himself against Suk, pushing him with his body while chuckling. Suk turned his head and gave the other person a disgusted look. Is there something wrong with this guy? Suk didn't stop and started running. Once Suk starts running, he won't stop. The continuous back and forth running, although not fast, is effective because it is uninterrupted. At first Unovic was able to keep up, but soon he entered the defensive zone of another centre-back and had to return to his own defensive zone, where he was marked by another centre-back, Matt. Meanwhile, Mostar Rangers were patiently passing the ball around. Modric watched the game from the sidelines and nodded slightly. The rhythm is right. As for Suk, he thought similarly, using running to overcome his weakness in physical confrontation. Modric was secretly pleased, feeling that the two of them had the same idea again. That's how he solved it too. But the crucial part is yet to come. At this moment, the ball was passed to Linar's feet, and Suker continued to run laterally, but at a faster pace. The next second, it suddenly turned 90 degrees and thrust forward. This forward run was incredibly fast, instantly shaking off Unovic's defense. Unfortunately, Suker missed his run and the ball wasn't passed to him. Suk shook his head and retreated, his expression indifferent and devoid of any emotion. On the other hand, Modric, sitting on the sidelines, punched a bollard. Why not send it? Modric gritted his teeth and whispered. His tone was filled with regret. The overall defensive line had just been pushed forward to the left flank, and Suk was running laterally to the right while simultaneously making a 90-degree forward movement. At this moment, the centre-back's entire body was already leaning towards the direction Suker was making his forward run. He could have easily played a through ball to the centre-back's back, creating a one-on-one opportunity. If Suker had passed the ball to himself, he wouldn't have had to make that clever run into the box. But Modric soon discovered that this was not an isolated case. Suk's forward thrusting awareness was so sharp that it terrified Suk. He roamed the back line, shook off the centre-backs, and immediately sprinted towards the open space. On several occasions, Modric didn't even realize what was happening until Suker had already run away. This guy. Modric blinked, a hint of shock mixed with a glimmer of light in his eyes. He couldn't help but recall his embarrassing situation at the club. In Mosterslinsky, others couldn't keep up with his train of thought, but now he found himself struggling to keep up with Suk's consciousness. "They're here." Modric whispered, clenched his fists, and strained his whole body as if he were the one passing the ball. But soon he saw Suk suddenly slow down while running. "It's been spread too far." Modric clutched his head. What a waste of such a brilliant run and breakthrough. Can't he even pass the ball? Modric suddenly felt that Linar was also a pig. On the field, Mostar Rangers' wave after wave of attacks made Lieda's rhythm extremely passive. However, they persevered thanks to their good discipline. Unovic stared at Sukar, his eyes slightly red. In this match, he still couldn't completely stop the short guy jumping around in front of him. Flexibility is one aspect, but more importantly, Sukar's opportunity to move forward was too good, making it difficult for Sukar to keep up. Fortunately, Mostar Rangers' passing quality couldn't keep up with Sukar's forward runs, which prevented Sukar from performing at his full potential. However, Suk's expression showed no sign of dissatisfaction, he remained as focused as ever. Linar's passing has become difficult. Compared to others, Sukar understands his teammates better. He knew that Linar's passing quality wouldn't be this bad, the decline in quality was largely due to the opponent's defensive pressing. In other words, Linar was under too much pressure to hold and pass the ball. Sure enough, the moment Linar received the ball, Lieda was instantly sandwiched by two players from both sides. Faced with such a sudden turn of events, Linar was somewhat flustered. He looked to the left and right and found no passing angle. As he looked forward, Sukar had already begun to retreat and extended his index finger, pointing downwards towards the ground, indicating that he wanted to pass the ball. Linar decisively passed the ball forward. Sukar deliberately dropped back to receive the ball, gently touching it with his right foot while his left foot circled over the ball, and at the same time, his left shoulder dropped, feigning a breakthrough from the left. As expected, Unovic, who was following up on the defense, moved to the left. But the next second, Sukar flicked the ball to the right, and when Unovic lost his balance, he quickly pulled back and suddenly stretched his leg to the right. Whether he touched the ball or knocked Sukar down, he just needed to disrupt the opponent's attack. But at that moment, Sukar turned around and suddenly stopped by stepping on the ball. The clumsy Unovic, due to his unstable center of gravity, fell backward with his feet forming a figure 7. Pretty. Modric couldn't help but cheer softly. This series of feints was cool, it not only evaded the opponent's violent foul, but most importantly, it made the opponent fall over. Just as Unovic fell, Sukar calmly passed the ball to the right. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Sukar, and they did not see Linar who was moving forward. Linar sprinted past Sukar, stealing the ball from his side and moving diagonally from left to right, pulling the defense apart. Suk, on the other hand, lagged behind, staring straight ahead as he followed. After the defensive forces were drawn to Mlynel further passed the ball to winger Maslasic. Maslasic met the ball but didn't stop it, instead, he swept it directly towards the center. It was a triangular pass, and the ball came right in front of Sukar, who had made a run forward and was completely out of space. Sukar gently guided the ball forward. At this moment, the opposing goalkeeper had already rushed out and charged towards Sukar. Sukar feigned to dribble past his opponent to the left, causing the goalkeeper to shift his weight to the left, but the next second, Sukar poked the ball to the right with his toe. The ball flew past the goalkeeper's left ankle and quickly went into the goal. In the 21st minute, Mostar Rangers took the lead. This goal silenced the entire stadium. The residents of Mostar watched the pitch with wide eyes. Could it really be Mostar Rangers who scored such a fluid and brilliant goal? Not only Mostar's team, but even the opposing team's coaches were speechless. Is this the same Mostar Rangers team that only knew how to play simple forward runs, with such fluid attacking combinations? The most crucial one is that short number 9. This guy, he's actually started passing the ball. Whoosh! The fans in the stadium erupted in cheers. Although it only had a little over 100 people, it was much more lively than usual. They cheered for the beautiful goal. Let's cheer for this seamless collaboration. When Linar was surrounded, they thought they were about to concede another goal. But Linar passed the ball forward, and Sukur's back-to-goal dribbling and turning feints fooled the opposing centre-back Unovic, and he passed the ball to the advancing Linar. From this point on, Mostar Rangers' offensive strategy became very clear. Linar moved forward from left to right, drawing the defensive forces away. At the same time, the ball is split to the side again to further draw the opponent's defensive attention. Masnasic didn't try to score himself, he made a cutback pass to Sukur, who was following up from behind. Sukur's shot was also spectacular. It was a perfect goal-scoring combination, so perfect that even Sukur and others found it hard to believe. Well done. Olip stood on the sidelines, raising his hands and shouting excitedly. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. Regardless of whether a goal was scored, the combination itself was very beautiful, and the fact that a goal was scored made it a truly delightful sight. This undoubtedly gave Olip, an Arsenal fan, immense psychological satisfaction. His team can also play the same beautiful football as Arsenal under the professor's management. Of course, there is an element of luck involved. But who cares? That goal was beautiful enough, it was definitely a top-tier goal of the season. On the other hand, Lieta was stunned by the brilliant goal. Chapter 15, Card Draw. These guys have changed their playing style. Unovic couldn't help but mutter to himself. The last time they played against Mostar Rangers, the opponent's tactics were relatively simple and direct, defensive counterattacks. The only ball-handling option in midfield is Linar. Therefore, it would be easy for them to restrict the opponent, as long as they suppressed Linar, that short number 9 wouldn't be able to get going. But they saw a completely different tactic in this game. Although there was a slight sense of unfamiliarity, the changes on the offensive end were significant. In particular, having Sukur frequently drop back to receive the ball can relieve Linar's pressure while also further disrupting their own defense. The Mostar Rangers fans at the stadium were still cheering for the goal. They enjoy watching the game, and they especially love watching exciting goals. This goal, with its fluid and graceful passing, was a delight to watch. After scoring, Sukur ran a lap around the field, spreading his arms and mimicking a glider motion, his round face beaming with a smile. The celebration concluded amidst a lively atmosphere. Suk and his team returned to their own half of the field, their faces still beaming with smiles. Although they had no chance of advancing this season, they still managed to give the champions a hard time in the final game, and at the same time, they got a good thrashing. When the game restarted, Sukur's movement became much more agile. He no longer insisted on advancing forward, but instead constantly retreated to provide support. Sometimes he plays with Linar, and sometimes he plays on the wing. If given the chance, Sukur wouldn't mind dribbling past his opponent, but that's not an easy task, as Unovic has already begun using his body to limit Sukur. This restriction even escalated to the point of having to hug Suk. Unovic released the little boy from his arms, his face showing a hint of frustration and embarrassment. With such an ugly defensive move, he was even prepared to take the card. The referee's gaze toward him grew increasingly dangerous. Although the Bosnian league is brutal, it is still based on the rules of football. This kind of hugging is not allowed. But if he didn't do that, he really had no way to control Suk. This nimble fellow moved around like a monkey right in front of me, and every touch of the ball by him was unexpected. It's easy to imagine how much pressure Unovic was under. Before the match, Unovic made some tough remarks, but if he had known it would turn out like this, he would have kept his mouth shut. But soon, Leotard's side also launched a counterattack. Their tactics were simple. Long shot. The opposing goalkeeper could easily fumble it. Forward, get ready for the rebound. The tactics were all shouted out directly, without any attempt to hide anything. This is also the easiest way for opponents who know Mostar Rangers to win the game. Oh shit. Goalkeeper Baksh immediately felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He tightened his grip on the new gloves he had just bought. The new gloves had excellent adhesion, which would reduce the probability of the ball slipping out of his hands. Of course, the key issue is his hand shape, but he just can't seem to correct it. Bang! Leota's number 10, Costello, takes a long-range shot. Costello is Leota's key player, and the fact that he wears the number 10 jersey speaks volumes about his all-around abilities. The moment the ball struck the goal, Baksh made a diving save, stretching his body in the air and touching the ball with both hands. The immense force nearly caused him to drop his grip, but this time he managed to hold on. He landed sideways, clutching the ball tightly with both hands. Only after the opposing striker could find no opportunity to retreat did he stand up and roar. "Whom do you look down on?" Suk raised his hands and shouted, "Awesome." The others were also greatly encouraged. When Baki, the Butterfingers and Slippery Ball, stops having problems, what reason do they have to lose the game? Next, the Mostar Wanderers launched another fierce attack. Bang! 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 Time was flying by, and the situation was incredibly tense. With only one goal separating them, Lieta is eager to equalize as quickly as possible. Mostar Rangers, on the other hand, wanted to extend their lead. In the second half, neither side made any changes to their tactics, using their most effective tactical systems to attack the other's defense. But Mostar Rangers clearly have the advantage. This advantage stems from Sukur's constant running in the attacking third. His short passes, forward runs, and occasional volleys put immense pressure on the opponent. With Sukur's outstanding performance, Linar's pressure was greatly reduced, and his performance became even better. With the match nearing the 80th minute, Linar saw that the opponent's back line had retreated far away, while Sukur was stuck on the back line. Linar was almost completely unchallenged by defenders. The goalkeeper's positioning wasn't very precise, which allowed Linar to unleash a powerful long-range shot with his right foot. This long-range shot was very powerful and went straight for Sukur. Suk cried out in surprise as he watched the ball hurtling towards him and immediately dodged. "Damn it!" Sukur tried desperately to pull himself back, but the ball still grazed the ball and went slightly off course. This deviation caused the goalkeeper to misjudge the situation, and in his haste, the ball went through his legs. Mostar Rangers scored again in the final moments of the game. Oh! A super world-class goal. Olip raised his hands and cheered loudly. This goal practically sealed the game. But what pleased him most was that Mostar Rangers didn't concede a goal. For a team that concedes an average of 1 goal per game, not conceding a goal, especially against a championship team, is an extraordinary achievement. "That's awesome, boss. Well done." His teammates rushed towards Linar to celebrate. Suk arrived a little late, his round face filled with conflict. "This goal should count as mine, right? It should, right? Clap 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 clap." The applause was deafening, and the surrounding audience cheered enthusiastically. "Well done, Linar. Sukur. That was great. With Baksh not dropping the ball, we have no reason to lose, ha ha ha." The audience was delighted to have defeated the champion in the final match and won a beautiful game, which was very satisfying for them. The applause from the audience continued unabated until the end of the match. The 2001/2002 season marked the end of the second season of the Bosnian Second Division. Mostar Rangers finished third throughout the season. However, with 14 goals, Sukur won the Golden Boot this season. The simple silver boot trophy looked like a crudely made product, but Sukur happily accepted it for a photo. This is his first trophy, and although it's an individual award, it's a very good start. Congratulations. Modric walked over. He looked at the disheveled Suk and offered his heartfelt blessings. In this match, he saw Sukur's efforts. He was running actively throughout the game, creating passing space for the team. His goal helped Mostar Rangers win the game, and he deserved the trophy. Ha! Come on. Let's take a group photo together. Sukur pulled Modric aside and invited Olip to take a photo with them. There is still a height difference between the two when they stand together. Modric was still wearing a hooded jacket, his hands hanging down, looking somewhat reserved. Sukur, meanwhile, held the trophy with a big smile on his face. Click. The image was captured, and this photograph, later known as the Friendship of the Century, was thus created. Where is Suk? Linar walked over. Modric looked around blankly and said, "It was just here a moment ago." Linar shook his head, he probably went to the bathroom. "There's a party tonight, are you coming?" Modric immediately shook his head. He doesn't like these kinds of gathering places. All right. Linar didn't insist and turned to leave. At the same time, behind a secluded hill, Suk worshipped the void. May all the gods protect us. Suk was the first to bring up the attribute panel. Name, Su-ku. Height, 151 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Speed, 71. Flexibility, 80. Strength, 60. Explosive power, 77. Suk. Upon seeing the attribute panel, Suk was completely unsettled. Suk rubbed his eyes and glanced at the height option, then rubbed his eyes again. When he confirmed that it was 151 centimeters, he jumped up. You've grown taller. You've grown taller. Suk remembered that he was 149 centimeters tall before. Although he was said to be 150 centimeters tall, that was due to his pride. But now he has grown 2 centimeters. This is fantastic news. It's finally starting to develop. Suk felt tears welling up in his eyes. The moment Suk opened the attribute panel, he heard good news. He felt his luck was about to turn around today. Calm down and switch to your personal panel. 6 cards are embedded in the diagram of the human body structure. Diamond card, special card, Inzagi's consciousness. Red card, skill card, Torlister's short pass. White card, skill type, Tony's interception. Red card, special type, status recovery card. White card, skill type, Robert's dribbling. White card, skill type, lessons archery. Compared to the pitiful 3 cards I had before, after a season of hard work, I not only obtained red cards, but also filled up my card slots. Although the quality is still somewhat lacking, Sukur feels that he has met the requirements of the Bosnian Premier League in some aspects, excluding the limitations caused by physical reasons. Suk always kept the status recovery card in place, just in case. In the future, he will also reserve a special card slot specifically for using this type of card. After all, according to the characteristics of the card drawing system, after each card is inserted, it can only be operated again after 45 minutes, which just meets the halftime requirement of an official match. This also allows Sukur to showcase different technical characteristics and styles in the first and second halves of future matches, depending on the head coach's needs. After a quick look at the inventory, the exciting moment arrived. Tournament card draw chances plus season card draw reward chances. The former was SOSO, the latter was the main attraction. After all, based on previous experience, the season rewards are usually quite generous. Last time they gave out attribute cards, I wonder if they'll give out more this time. Chapter 16, Abundant Season Rewards. Suk rubbed his hands excitedly and switched the system screen to the card drawing page. First, there are the competition rewards. It still has 5 card slots. Suk excitedly whispered, "Start drawing cards." The familiar sound of shuffling cards and the sight of cutting the cards. Before long, 5 cards appeared before them. White card, skill card, Ronaldo's dribbling. Ronaldo, who shares a name with the phenomenon, dreamed of becoming a player like his idol. Their dribbling styles were extremely similar, but dreams ultimately reflect reality. This Ronaldo is not that Ronaldo. White card, skill card, Trua's counter. The beast Trua is a notorious butcher in the South American leagues. His playing style is fierce, and any player he marks never ends well. White card, skill card, Bastasha's header. This player excels at heading. Many say he constantly jumps because he yearns for the sky. White card, skill card, Ainge's ball control. Ainge has a stable ball control ability. He can smoothly stop any type of pass at his feet. Red card, skill card, status recovery card. Clears all negative status effects, one-time consumption. Suk raised an eyebrow slightly. The overall quality was inconsistent. 4 white cards and 1 red card. Among them, the status recovery card is undoubtedly the best. After all, it is a leg-saving artifact. However, this is happening too frequently. If it's a higher-level league, will the frequency of rewards increase? With these thoughts in mind, Suk began to try each card one by one. Ultimately, only Ronaldo's dribbling and Ainge's ball control could be included. However, both of these cards are rather useless. Ronaldo's dribbling is similar to the dribbling card that Sukur is currently using, with no significant improvement. As for ball control, Sukker's ball control ability is already very good, and this card may not be better than his. The only reward from the competition is probably a status recovery card. This was a very good result. Suk nodded slightly and then drew cards again. This time it's a season reward card, so the rewards will definitely be more generous. Under Suk's tense watchful eye, 5 more cards appeared. White card, skill card, models saves. As a goalkeeper, he possesses superb goal line save skills, but due to his hand shape, he is prone to dropping the ball. Isn't that just Bakshi? Suk muttered under his breath. This card is useless. Next one. White card, skill card, Suarez's bite. When frustrated and irritable, he habitually vents his anger by biting, instilling fear in his opponents. Suk. Next one. Attribute card, add any one attribute. The brief introduction brought a big smile to Suk's face. It's here. It's here. Attribute cards, compared to other cards, are cards that genuinely increase physical functions. Red card, skill card, status recovery card, clears all negative status effects, one-time consumption. Suk was surprised. Really, it's free. This is the 3rd one already. However, who would complain about having too many of these types of cards? Keep it. Keep it. The last card. Suk rubbed his hands together, secretly praying for a good card. Red card, special card, Andre's swift legs. In the world of sprinting, stride length determines speed, and foot frequency is also crucial. Andre is short, so he doesn't have the advantage of long stride, but his rapid foot frequency is his forte. Increases speed by 15 points when worn. Not bad. In football, speed is equally important, and fast wingers have always been key to initiating attacks. Compared to long strides, quick footwork allows for better ball protection. It can be said that this is a speed card that is very suitable for the football field. Moreover, it's a special card. Ignoring attributes means Suk can equip it at will. Finally, Suk carried out the integration. 2 status recovery cards, making a total of 3 recovery cards including the previous one. 1 attribute card and 1 speedster. Finally, Suk used the attribute card on the speed attribute and equipped the swift legs. Personal panel. Diamond card, special category Inzaghi's consciousness. Red card, skill card Torlister's short pass. Red card, special category Andre's swift legs. Red card, skill type, status recovery card. White card, skill type, Robert's dribbling. White card, skill type, lessons archery. Properties panel. Name, Su Ku. Height, 151 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Speed, 72 plus 15. Flexibility, 80. Strength, 60. Explosive power, 77. The speed option provides a noticeable boost after equipping the speedster, but Suk still doesn't have a clear understanding of exactly how much faster it is. He'll have to test it out when he has the chance later. Let's also examine whether there's any impact on the interaction between the player and the ball. The number and quality of card slots have also been greatly improved. All the hard work of the season paid off, and the results were truly remarkable. Even Suk wanted to know where his limits lay, setting aside his weaknesses. When I returned to the court from the small hill, almost everyone had left. Modric was quietly juggling the ball in the middle of the field. Where are they? Suk walked over and asked curiously. Modric, they went to a party. Suker nodded, then looked at Modric and said, "Can you measure 50 meters for me?" "Now." Modric exclaimed, stepping on the ball. "I don't have a timer. Just get a feel for it. You have players on your team who are good at speed, right? See the speed difference between me and them." In the field of football, speed is measured not by 100-meter tests, but primarily by 50-meter or even 30-meter tests. This is also an area where players can unleash their full potential and demonstrate speed. Few people run from one end to the other. Suker stood at the starting line, and Modric shouted, "Ready. Go." With a command, Suk slammed his foot into the ground, and with the powerful feedback from the push, his body shot forward in a flash. Suker's explosiveness is already quite strong, and this burst of speed can instantly shake off many defensive players. But what's even more surprising is his speed during the constant speed phase. Suker's footwork was incredibly fast. Modric's eyes were almost dazzled. In the short time it took to catch his breath, Suker had already crossed the 50-meter finish line. "How is it?" Suk ran over to ask. Modric instinctively exclaimed, "So fast." "Right." Suk was delighted. Modric looked at Suker in surprise. He hadn't expected the guy to have such speed. Previously, he said Suker should play in midfield, but now it feels like he should play on the wing. "Let's look at the ball handling ability next." After saying that, Suker took the ball and returned to the starting point. This time he was going to run with the ball. Suker enjoyed the run. The feeling of speed was fantastic. The increase in speed didn't cause him much discomfort, and he quickly adjusted. After crossing the finish line, Modric looked at him and said, "You ran too fast." "Right." Suk laughed happily again. He also felt that he was very fast. But Modric shook his head and said, "I'm not praising you. You run too fast." Suk was puzzled. Modric explained, "Speed is good for dribbling, but the most important thing is not speed, but rhythm." Modric patiently explained, "You ran too fast just now, you had no energy left. If you encountered the opponent's defense, you could only run headfirst into them." Suk thought about it and it seemed to be true. Dribble at 70% to 80% speed, and the moment you encounter a defender, dribble past them or change direction. Once you've gotten past the defender, that's when you can run at full speed and completely get rid of them. That's called rhythm. Suker, so you're saying to dribble at 80% speed, right? Modric nodded, "That's right. I'll give it a try." As he spoke, Suker prepared to dribble again. Modric quickly said, "Take a rest, aren't you tired?" Suker then realized that his legs were indeed a little weak. He had just played a game and used up too much energy. "I'm going to take a break." Suk sat down to the side and took the opportunity to use the status recovery card. "Anyway, there are 3 right now, and given the current card draw frequency, there's a high probability that I'll draw more in the future, so it's not a waste." He also plans to give it a try. As the card was used, a cool sensation spread from the top of my head downwards, the fatigue gradually disappeared, and a surge of energy continuously rose up. Soon, Suk fully recovered. Suk patted his butt and got up. "Shall we begin?" "Modric? You just sat down, didn't you?" The two then spent another afternoon training. All afternoon, Modric looked at Suker with a strange gaze, as if he were seeing a monster. His own physical fitness was already quite good, but Suk was like a physical monster, completely unaware of fatigue. For Suker, many of the things Professor Modric taught him were very practical. It's not the things you can gain from youth training and practice, but real match experience. At this time, Suker was eager for higher-level competitions, and he was seizing every opportunity to improve and strengthen himself. With the season over, Suker returned to his regular work routine. Unlike those star athletes who can take vacations to beautiful islands, they have to work hard just to make a living. Fortunately, Suk had already found a job working at Bakshi's tavern. A 2-mark hourly wage is enough for Suker to get through the holiday, since the team doesn't spend any money during the holiday period. As May arrives, the town and even the world begin to come alive. The focus is on South Korea and Japan in East Asia. The highly anticipated 2002 World Cup is about to begin. Although Bosnia and Herzegovina failed to qualify for the World Cup, neighboring Croatia, led by Davor Suker, once again made it to the World Cup. In the 1998 World Cup, Croatia achieved a remarkable semi-final result, leading many to hope they could go even further in this World Cup. However, Davor Suker and some other key players are getting older and their form is declining, which are all unstable factors. Even so, the Croatians in Mostar gathered excitedly in the pubs, waiting for the World Cup to begin. Chapter 17, World Cup Night. The summer of 2002 was scorching hot. The scorching weather, coupled with the global football extravaganza, has made this summer seem even hotter. In Mostar, Suk woke up yawning at 3 p.m. Since the start of the World Cup, Suker's night shift career has begun. Because this is the Japan-Korea World Cup, European fans will be watching the games in a different time zone. Many people have to stay up late to watch the game, but that hasn't dampened their enthusiasm. The bar is bustling almost every night. After half a month, the group stage of the World Cup has come to an end. The 2002 World Cup group stage was full of ups and downs. Exciting, surprising, dark, and bizarre all at once. Brazil has entered a super era, with the 3R combination sweeping through the group stage. The alien Ronaldo, Rivaldo, and the midfield magician Ronaldinho, who has just arrived in one of the top 5 leagues and is on the rise. The attacking trio became a nightmare for all the defenses, their exquisite teamwork and formidable individual abilities instilled fear in every defender. With a stellar performance from the Brazilian team, they easily advanced to the knockout stage of the World Cup. It can be said that, so far, the Brazilian team is the one that best meets pre-tournament expectations. Another title favorite, France, seemed to have lost its backbone after Zidane's injury, as if Henry and others had forgotten how to play football. 3 matches, 1 draw and 2 losses, from being a favorite to win the championship to being sent home in a shocking upset in the group stage. The outside world also felt sorry for the French team, and believed that the French team had too strong a dependence on Zidane. As a result, when their midfield core was unable to participate in the game, the French team seemed to have forgotten how to play football overnight. The England-Argentina match was the most exciting first game of the group stage. However, the match was not as exciting as expected, and Argentina suffered a heartbreaking defeat, thus losing their chance to qualify for the knockout stage. The South Korean team has become a hot topic of discussion around the world. They advanced to the knockout stage as group winners with a record of 2 wins and 1 draw in 3 matches. But more than amazement, most fans felt anger. What they witnessed was blatant referee corruption and all sorts of incomprehensible dirty tricks. As a result, many European media outlets have angrily criticized the South Korean team. Portuguese media outlets, whose team was eliminated in the group stage, went so far as to say that South Korea stole the victory through dirty tricks and that they did not deserve to play in the knockout stage. But the result is the result, and that cannot be changed. During this period, soccer witnessed too many changes in the fans' attitudes. From initial enthusiasm to current indifference. It can be said that this World Cup is fatal for gamblers, as the matches are not conducted according to usual practice. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Suk arrived at Bakshi Tavern. Bald goalkeeper Bakshi arrived an hour early and was loading and unloading food, drinks, and other items from a truck parked at the entrance. The previous stockpiles have been completely used up. During the World Cup, alcohol sales were extremely brisk, with people buying drinks almost every day to replenish their stock. Large barrels of liquor were moved into the pub, and in addition to some beer, the pub also offered specially made cocktails for female fans. There seems to be something wrong with the TV, go and take a look. Bakshi, busy with his own affairs, spoke to Suk. Suk nodded and walked into the tavern. The tavern was filled with a strong smell of alcohol, and some of the floors were sticky. For the past 2 weeks, the alcohol sales had been so good that the whole tavern was like a vat of liquor. Open the windows at the front and back to ventilate the room and dilute the pungent smell of alcohol. Meanwhile, Suk skillfully climbed up the load-bearing column and began repairing the television. In European countries, repair costs are very high, in fact, anything involving labor is very expensive. These exorbitant labor costs have also forced these Europeans to develop exceptionally skilled manual dexterity. Electrician, bricklayer, carpenter, cement worker, etc. It can be said that very few European men lack practical skills. Suk had no experience in repairing electrical appliances and didn't know how to repair a television, but he knew the old methods. After turning on the TV, the picture appeared normally, but there was no sound. At this point, traditional methods become very effective. Suk straddled the crossbeam, rolled up his sleeves, and slapped the side of the television several times with a loud bang. A crackling sound appeared on the television, followed by a loud noise. Done. Suk nodded in satisfaction before climbing down. Suk glanced at the busy porters around him and realized that he didn't have anything to do. The tavern would open at 6 o'clock and the first match would be at 8:30 in the evening, so he was relatively free for the time being. After bypassing the tavern bar and entering the kitchen, Suk prepared to find something to eat. Milk is essential, and it's currently his most frequent source of nutrition. Suk took the milk out of the refrigerator, poured it into a glass, and took a big gulp. He was immediately satisfied. Since his last growth spurt, Suk seems to have entered a puberty, and his height has started to increase rapidly. It has grown about 5 centimeters so far, and has grown from a tiny little bean to a not-so-tiny little bean. Of course, a height of 155 centimeters still presents significant physical disadvantages. However, Suk was confident, since he had started to develop and growing taller meant there was hope. Thinking about it this way, I immediately felt great. Suk began to rummage through the kitchen, finding mostly leftover fried food from yesterday. Suk didn't refuse, arranging the food on a plate and enjoying it with rice. Just as Suk was enjoying his meal, Bakshi suddenly walked in. The drinks have been refilled, tonight. Suk stood in the kitchen, his mouth stuffed with a large portion of rice, and his plate had a few fried onion rings, chicken nuggets, and other cooled food. Bakshi frowned slightly and sighed inwardly. He picked up an apron from a hook and shook it vigorously. After putting it on, he walked straight to Suk and snatched the plate from his hand. Kids won't grow tall if they eat this. After saying that, Bakshi dumped the food directly into the trash can, then took out a steak from the refrigerator, melted butter in a pan, and began to cook it. Suk stood to the side, watching the steak sizzling in the butter, and couldn't help but swallow hard. You're actually a pretty good person. Baksh didn't even turn his head, deduct it from your salary. Suk didn't take it seriously, it had practically become his catchphrase. Bakshi is a man with a sharp tongue but a kind heart. I don't know about other aspects, but he was really good to Sukar. For example, in this job, he could have hired an adult, but he still hired the underage Suk and paid him a normal salary. As for the issue of wage deductions, it has almost never occurred. After searing a steak, rice is poured onto the plate before it is handed over. Finish eating, then get to work. Suk nodded quickly, and then once again used the spoon to rapidly put the food into his mouth. After Suk finished eating, he came out of the kitchen. The sky gradually darkened. A few lights appeared around the Neretva River, and crowds gathered on the roads along the riverbank. Groups of people were choosing a tavern they liked, and Buck-Key Tavern became a popular choice for many. The main reason is that the drinks here are relatively cheap. Before long, the tavern gradually became lively. People sat around the dining table, looking up at the television screen above, waiting for the World Cup to begin. During this time, they also constantly discuss and predict the game. In this atmosphere, drinks are consumed one glass after another. Table 3, 3 glasses of dark beer. And a serving of onion rings. Enjoy your drinks. Here they come. Here they come. Suk weaved through the crowd, busily starting his day's work. Suk was not a celebrity, so the guests did not know him and assumed he was a relative of Bakshi who had come to help. Sukar carried a tray and placed 3 glasses of dark beer on the table. Your beer and onion rings are included. After putting down the beer, Suk didn't leave. Instead, he called out with a sweet smile, I hope you have a wonderful night. These words pleased the guests greatly. For you. One of the white men, wearing a vest, took out a 5-mark note from his pocket and handed it over. Suk happily accepted the tip and offered his blessings again in a sweet voice. Suk was busy working, and at the same time, he was busy showing off in an attempt to get more tips. Of course, not everyone is as generous as the man in the vest. Most tips are between 1 and 3 marks, and some don't tip at all, which Suk can't do anything about. But by maintaining his philosophy of smiling service, he remained true to his job. Of course, he also gets a commission from alcohol sales. If he sells an expensive cocktail, he gets a commission as well. In the lively atmosphere, in a corner of the tavern, a young man and a boy sat together. The young man kept talking, while the boy listened silently with his head down. Luka, your talent is unparalleled. You just haven't adapted to the Bosnian League yet. Next season, I will give you more opportunities and more tactical importance. I believe that with our cooperation, we can create a glory that HSK has never achieved before. Chapter 18, Mao Sui recommends himself. Luka, your talent is unparalleled. You just haven't adapted to the Bosnian League yet. Next season, I will give you more opportunities and more tactical importance. I believe that with our cooperation, we can create a glory that HSK has never achieved before. Youth and teenagers. One is Modric, and the other is Fania van Stejak, the Dutch head coach of Maastricht. Van Stejak, 33, is a capable assistant coach in the Netherlands. He once partnered with Bobby Robertson to coach PSV Eindhoven, one of the three strongest teams in the Netherlands. However, as a Dutchman, Van Stejak's coaching philosophy clashed with Robertson's. As Dutchmen, they seemed naturally inclined to total football. For the British head coach Robertson, rapid transitions between attack and defense, as well as counter-attacks, are the key to success. Simple and direct traditional English football is also Robertson's coaching philosophy. After working together for 2 years, Van Stejak finally decided to go it alone. With the club's introduction, he was sent down to Maastricht in the Bosnian League to train his ability to lead a team independently. Van Stejak is a very ambitious young man. For him, when he was an assistant coach at PSV Eindhoven, his goal was to become a head coach like Hiddink. However, due to differences in their ideologies, he and Robertson were ultimately unable to reach a consensus. Arriving in Maastricht, Van Stejak was determined to make a big splash, especially since the idiot Dinamo Zagreb had rented them such a wonderful treasure. Modric's talent is undeniable. Although his performance in the Bosnian League wasn't particularly outstanding at first, he believes that under his guidance, Modric will become the team's playmaker and further develop the attacking abilities of their tall striker, Kosapek. After they've gelled together, they can not only compete in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but they could even challenge for European competitions. These are all key elements that can enrich his resume. What he needs to do now is to keep this precious guy in his sights in check, to keep him motivated and passionate, which is why he invited him to watch the World Cup. He hopes that the World Cup will motivate Modric to gain more strength. Van Stejak continued to elaborate on his grand plan, occasionally observing Modric's expression. But something's not right. His precious child wasn't watching the game on TV, but was staring intently at a waiter. Luka. Modric snapped out of his daze and turned to look at Van Stejak. What's wrong, coach? Van Stejak asked, what would you like to drink? It's on me today. After saying that, he smiled and said, cocktail. You probably haven't had one before. You can try it, it's also a symbol of becoming a man. After saying that, Van Stejak raised his hand immediately before Modric could say anything. Modric frowned slightly, but did not refute. Soon, that cheerful shout rang out. Good evening, I hope you have a pleasant night. Luka. Suker looked at Modric in surprise. Modric looked at Suker with a smile, raised his hand and waved it gently, showing no signs of his previous absent-mindedness. Van Stejak asked curiously, you two know each other? Modric succinctly stated, we are friends. Suk smiled as well. Van Stejak was surprised. He hadn't expected Modric, with his personality, to have friends, especially since he wasn't very popular at the club. Van Stejak looked Suk up and down. She is short in stature, with a round face and baby fat, giving her a youthful appearance. Even when placed next to Modric, he has a childlike feel to him. Are you really friends? Suker and Modric nodded in unison. All right. Van Stejak shook his head and said, a stout and a special cocktail, not too much alcohol. Suker turned to Modric, do you drink? Modric remained silent. After this period of contact, Suk has figured it out. This guy is extremely introverted and shy, and doesn't know how to refuse people. Have some milk, it's on me, Suk said, waving his hand. Modric smiled again. After saying that, Suk smiled at Van Stejak and said, Sir, this drink is on a separate note. I might treat you when we get along better in the future. Van Stejak paused for a moment, then smiled, all right, whatever you say. Suk disappeared in a flash. Van Stejak turned to ask, did you make friends in Mostar? Modric nodded, quite a coincidence. Van Stejak nodded. The fact that Modric could make friends meant that he wasn't a socially problematic child in the true sense, which was good news. A stout, a glass of milk, and a steak. That'll be 40 marks in total. Van Stejak blinked, looking at the steak, and said, we didn't order steak. Suker pointed at Modric and said, he's so skinny, and he's a professional player. How can he grow if he doesn't eat well? After saying that, Sukar leaned closer to Modric and whispered, he's paying, isn't he? Modric nodded, suppressing a laugh. Suk extended his hand again, firmly stating, 40 marks. Van Steyck was speechless, but he still shook his head and prepared to take out his money. After receiving the money, Suk noticed a small badge on Van Steyck's chest. This badge looks familiar, it's the flag of Mostar Zlinski's team. Suk's eyes darted around, and he looked at Modric, saying, aren't you going to introduce him? Modric paused for a moment, but still answered honestly, Vania van Stejak, he's Mostar Zlinski's head coach. Really? Sukar sighed inwardly, then stopped moving, plopped down in a chair, and smiled at Van Stejak. Hello sir, my name is Sukar, and I am currently playing in the Bosnian 2nd Division. A professional player? Van Stejak asked in surprise. He never imagined that someone with Sukar's physique would be a professional player. That's right, a professional player, a center. Center? Van Steyck frowned and shook his head instinctively. This guy is at most 155 centimeters tall, right? A center of that height? That's unbelievable. But I'm the top scorer, with 14 goals in 18 league matches. Cough cough cough. Van Steyck coughed violently, he had choked on his drink. His eyes widened, 14 goals scored. Suk immediately nodded. Van Steyck nodded, 14 goals, that's impressive. Suk blinked and continued looking at Van Steyck. Van Steyck thought Suk hadn't heard him, and nodded again, saying, very impressive. Suk continued to stare. Van Steyck was stunned. What's the meaning? Seeing the other person's blank look, Suk scratched his head and sighed. Opportunities are something you have to fight for. Sukar took a deep breath, looked at Van Stejak, and said seriously, not everyone has the opportunity to meet a head coach. I want to become a professional player, a real professional player. I want to play for Mostar Zrinjski. This time, Suk was being quite blunt. If you have the chance, I would like to invite you to watch me play. I believe my performance will not disappoint you. As soon as Suk finished speaking, the guest behind him shouted. 3 bottles of dark beer, please. Suk turned his head and replied, right away. Immediately, Suk looked at the surprised Van Steyck again and said, I really won't let you down, and I can accommodate any position you choose. Hey! 3 bottles of dark beer. Hearing the urging voice, Suk turned to leave. Before leaving, he reiterated. Don't forget, my name is Suk, and I won't let you down. After saying that, Suk ran off in a flash. At this moment, Van Steyck was still in a daze. He did not expect that after going out for a drink to relax, someone would volunteer to help him. And he's a 155 centimeters center. Van Steyck shook his head, he didn't need that kind of player. You'd better go and take a look. Just as Van Steyck was about to drink again, Modric suddenly spoke up. Van Steyck turned to look at Modric. Do you think I need to go take a look? Modric nodded, we became friends because of football. Apart from his height, he meets all the requirements of the Super League and can help us. After a pause, Modric added, I've combined with him many times. His forward runs and my passing penetration are a great combination. He's currently the only one who can read my passing intentions and thoughts. In other words, he has the same vision and overall understanding as me. Sukar is only 155 centimeters tall, but he has become the top scorer in the Bosnian 2nd Division. He has his own special qualities. I believe that head coaches have imaginative ideas and are good at developing players. Once their abilities are developed, our team can improve significantly. This was the first time Van Steyck had ever heard Modric speak so much at once. Moreover, all these words were spoken for one person. He knows Modric to some extent. The guy is extremely arrogant in the football world. If you don't have enough ability, you won't attract Modric's attention at all, let alone admire him so much. It turns out that referrals from acquaintances are really useful. At first, Van Steyck didn't take it seriously, but now he's stroking his chin and looking at Suk, as if he's considering something. Chapter 19, The Bosnian Cup. A brand new stage. A hot summer. The initial fervor surrounding the football extravaganza gradually subsided. With Brazil's 2-0 victory over Germany and the lifting of the World Cup trophy, adding another golden star to their jerseys, Brazil officially earned the title of Five-Star Brazil. Throughout the World Cup, there were dramatic matches and surprising behind-the-scenes stories of biased refereeing. These memories together make up the summer of 2002, when the Korea-Japan World Cup came to a successful conclusion. Brazil emerged as the ultimate winner of this World Cup, becoming the world champions. It was also a pity that teams such as France, Argentina, and Portugal were eliminated in the group stage. The Chinese team completed their first World Cup appearance. Spain is still building its strength. Germany has launched a 9-year youth training system to nurture a large number of young players, and the winds are rising in the Apennine Peninsula. This summer, the first World Cup since 2000 has come to a close. The World Cup has ended, but discussions about it and news about the players continue to circulate. The television was also showing various exciting matches from the World Cup on a loop. Dragging along the tail end of the World Cup, it once again reaped a wave of popularity. Meanwhile, the new season is just around the corner. Major leagues are considering the new season, the summer transfer window is in full swing, and the whole of Europe is in preparation. This trend has also spread to the Balkans, with Bosnia and Herzegovina's leagues at all levels making adjustments once again. First, the Bosnian Premier League expanded to 12 teams, and the schedule was changed to 22 rounds. After a long 2-month winter break starting in August, the season concluded in mid-March. Because 2 teams from the First Division, excluding yo-yo teams, were called up, the First Division drew teams from the Second Division again to fill the vacancies. Mostar Rangers, who are third in the league standings, are stuck in this position. This season, Mostar Rangers were forced to gain promotion to the Bosnian First Division. Inside the carpentry shop in Linar. Great! Suk sat in his chair, looking at the newspaper, and shouted excitedly. This season we'll be playing in the top division, so the card draw rewards for each match will definitely be much more generous. Linar was unaware of these things and shook his head, saying, "We are far behind the top league, and whether we can even avoid relegation is a question. Then let's take down another promoted team, as long as we don't finish last." Suk disagreed. Linar smiled. "Alapy has signed us up for the Bosnian Cup, which starts in a week. The Bosnia and Herzegovina Cup is a cup competition under the Bosnian Football Federation. Teams from all levels of leagues can participate. Just like the German Cup, even teams from the Super League have no special privileges and must start from the first round." Wow! Suk's eyes were shining. He felt that this was all experience from drawing cards. Regardless of winning or losing, as long as he's on the field or on the roster, he has a chance to draw cards. It's so hot. It's so hot. Olip walked in carrying a document, slammed it on the table, and turned to shout. "Give me a glass of cold water." Suk jumped off the table, ran over to get water, and handed it over with a few ice cubes. Olip tilted his head back and gulped down the water, only then did he feel a slight sense of coolness from the icy touch. Olip shook his clothes and fanned himself, saying, "One good news, one bad news. The good news is that we don't have to travel outside to compete anymore, and the funds can support our first Bosnia and Herzegovina Cup match." Upon hearing this, Suk and Linar both breathed a sigh of relief. For Mostar Rangers, the cost of traveling to play is a problem. Every time they travel to play an away game, in addition to paying out of their own pockets, they also have to get some support from the fans. If the support is not enough, they may even have to give up the game. Therefore, when they realized they didn't have to travel too far, they had undoubtedly solved their biggest problem. That's really good. Linar smiled and put down his tools, asking, "What's the bad news?" Suk also looked over curiously. Olip sighed, "Our opponent is Mostarzlinski." Suk and Linar were both taken aback. Mostarzlinski, this is a club also located in the town of Mostar. However, unlike third-rate teams like Mostar Rangers, this is a team competing in the Premier League. Mostarzlinski was founded in 1905 and has a history of nearly a century. Despite the ups and downs along the way, there was never a break in progress. After the Bosnian Premier League was established in 1997, they were one of the teams with the potential to win the championship. Although they are still in the challenge phase and have not yet broken Sarajevo's monopoly on the Bosnian Championship, their strength is among the top in the Bosnian Premier League. It's fair to say that they ran into a brick wall in their very first match. Wow! Sukur let out a strange cry. We've met a tough opponent in the very first match. Linar also sighed slightly. That's the result. We probably won't go far in the Bosnia and Herzegovina Cup, but we still need to prepare. Olip sighed and said, we'll have a training camp for the next 2 days to make some tactical arrangements for the match. Make sure there are no personnel absences. Olipi paused for a moment, then said, no one should want to be absent. Most our Rangers' 2-day training camp is in full swing. Just as Olip had expected, no one on the team was absent. Everyone was very actively involved in the training camp. As mentioned earlier, all the ambitious players in the Bosnian 1st and 2nd divisions are aiming for the Super League. He can support himself through football, instead of working a regular job while playing football. The threshold for this goal is the Super League. Only by joining a Super League team can one have a basic guarantee of livelihood, so that they don't have to work to make a living while playing football. For most our Rangers, many young players are still persevering because they are waiting for an opportunity to showcase themselves on a big stage and attract the attention of Super League teams. Of course, they could also be promoted across leagues, but the former is obviously easier. Sukur was one of them, and when they heard they were going to play Mostar Zrinski, the players didn't feel scared or discouraged. Instead, they were all full of energy and eager to give it their all. When a weaker team plays against a stronger team, it all comes down to teamwork. Given the disparity in individual abilities, Rangers Mostar need to play more as a cohesive unit and improve their defense. Olip once again employed a defensive counter-attacking system, even focusing more on defense in his positioning. We must play good defense in the first half and get through this most difficult period. Olip was constantly shouting instructions from the sidelines. Mostar Zrinski will definitely take the initiative to attack. They are a Super League team, they have their own pride, and they might even look down on us. We need to take advantage of this mentality and give them a hard time. A fist can only deliver its most powerful blow after it has been fully charged up, so until you've charged up, run and defend like a mule. Olip's voice was loud, which inspired the players. On the field, Sukur kept running, working harder than anyone else. Sukur, you're running too much. Conserve your energy, you're key to our counterattack. Linar looked at Suk and couldn't help but shout. As the team's attacking spearhead, Sukur's frequent running will inevitably lead to a lot of physical exertion. With such running, will he still be able to keep up when it comes to counterattacks? I can run. Don't worry about me. Suk, panting, waved his hand and said. At this moment, Sukur was drenched in sweat. He knew very well that if he wanted to play against these strong teams, he had to fight with all his might. Moreover, this is also an opportunity for him to enter the Super League, and he doesn't want to waste it. More active running and increasing his individual movement can provide more protection for the team's defense. Moreover, Suk wasn't a fool, he knew how to manage his physical strength. He will definitely have to pull out all the stops in this match. The player ran frantically in the second half, using his running to disrupt the opponent's defense and wear them down. Although he will expend more energy, his opponent will also inevitably expend more energy. When physical exertion reaches a certain level, Suk can use the status recovery card to immediately recover to his peak condition, while his opponent remains in a state of physical exhaustion. Only then will Suk reveal his true fangs. Before that, all he needed to do was use running passes to connect the game. He even changed his card set to improve stability in the first half. Diamond card, special category, Inzaghi's consciousness. Red card, skill type, Torlister's short pass. White card, skill type, Facial X prediction. White card, skill type, Tony's interception. White card, skill type, Lessons archery. Red card, skill type, status recovery card. This is Sukur's current setup that maximizes his ability to disrupt the attacking third. Facial's ability to anticipate the ball's trajectory, combined with Tony's interceptions, allows Sukur to act as a disruptive force in the attacking third. Constantly running and pressing puts pressure on the opponent's defense to pass the ball out. For this reason, Sukur even removed Andrei's speedy legs, and focused on a tight defense in the first half. Even during counterattacks, Sukur didn't intend to do the work himself, but instead used passing combinations to create opportunities for the two flanks, allowing his teammates to further wear down the opponent's stamina. Of course, scoring a goal would be the best outcome. In the second half, the recovery card brought Suker to full strength. Robert's dribbling and Andre's speed in dribbling made the opposing defense feel the impact of the little guy. Chapter 20, I'll show you what's what later. The Bosnia and Herzegovina Cup is an unrestricted cup competition. Initiated by the Bosnian Football Federation, which is directly responsible for and theoretically supports the participation of all levels of leagues. As a second division team, Mostar Rangers naturally meets the eligibility requirements for registration. Under the unique and unrestricted format of the Bosnian Cup, they faced Mostar Zrinski, a strong team that competes in the Super League, in the first round. Mostar Zrinski is a sizable team in Bosnia and Herzegovina, with its club encompassing not only football but also basketball and handball. However, the most attention is undoubtedly focused on football clubs. However, compared to his glory days in the 1950s, Mostar Zrinski suffered a certain setback during the disintegration of Yugoslavia and the turbulent years, and after the establishment of the Bosnian Premier League, he was always overshadowed by Sarajevo FC. The Bosnian Premier League has now entered its sixth season, but their best result is second place, and they have never won the Bosnian Premier League championship. In the 2001-2002 season, they welcomed the Dutch head coach, Fania van der Steyck, who instilled new tactical concepts into the team. Fania van Steyck is a head coach who advocates the Dutch total football style of play. In order to implement his tactical philosophy, he made a series of tactical changes and lineup selections in Mostar Zrinski, and decided to rebuild a team with championship potential around Croatian prodigy Modric as the core. But the ideal is very rich, while the reality is very harsh. Van Steejack's tactical ideas did not work smoothly for Mostar Zrinski. From the very beginning, they faced a series of setbacks, and last season they even achieved their lowest ranking in history, finishing the season in fifth place in the league. This is arguably Mostar Zrinski's worst season since the company's inception. This result has left many fans dissatisfied, but the club remains committed to Van Steejack's coaching philosophy, believing that it is only one season and the head coach needs to be given enough time. Mostar Zrinski's leadership is clearly very patient, which gives Van Steek a buffer. Even so, Van Steek still felt an unbearable headache. On the day of the Bosnia and Herzegovina Cup, Mostar Zrinski's home stadium, Zrinski Stadium. Compared to the Ranch Stadium, the environment here is much better, and there are even seats for fans in the stands. The condition of the stadium is also incomparable to the bumpy, cow-grazed grass of the Ranch Stadium. Of course, the quality of the grass here is also terrible, but that's in comparison to the teams in the top 5 leagues. At least in the eyes of Suker and others, everything here is much better. This is the first round match of the Bosnian Cup, featuring Mostar Zrinski against their city rivals in the second division, Mostar Rangers. This match also marks the start of the new season. Last season, the commentator's voice came from the loudspeakers in the dome, and the surrounding fans cheered in unison, with songs drifting through the air. These well-trained fans stood in stark contrast to the ragtag fans of Mostar Rangers. At least in Suker's opinion, their fans looked utterly dumbfounded with their eyes wide open. The fans were like this, and the players were also experiencing some culture shock. Amidst the noisy atmosphere and deafening cheers, the players of Mostar Rangers, who had never experienced such a big stage, were visibly demoralized and even showed signs of fear. Several guys were so nervous that they put their socks on backwards, and they were all sweating profusely. Not far away, a camera lens was pointed at them, which caused the Mostar Rangers players to show stiff and awkward smiles, not knowing where to put their hands. That's incredibly stupid. Suker shook his head. These guys have such weak mental fortitude. They're scared like this by a scene like this. What kind of Super League are they supposed to play in? In comparison, bald goalkeeper Baksh performed much better. He calmly put on his goalkeeper uniform, slipped on his gloves, and clenched his fists tightly. Suker, take a couple of shots, I need to get back into form. Upon hearing this, Suker immediately stood up, and the two walked to the field. Suker took 2 consecutive shots, which were just warm-up moves, so they weren't very powerful or well-aimed. Baksh made the save with ease. Baksh threw the ball back, gripped his glove tightly again, and said, "Put a little more force into it, I'll make a save." Upon hearing this, Sukar immediately adjusted his position and added some force, kicking the ball to the left. Baksh stepped to the left, jumped powerfully, and made a perfect side save to snatch the ball from the air. Pretty. Suk couldn't help but shout. Since defeating Leotard last time, Bakik has been in excellent form, making fewer fumbles and often making brilliant saves. Baksh was also very satisfied with his save. This scene also gave the Mostar Rangers players some confidence. Just then, Mostar Zlinski's players began to enter the field to warm up. Wow! Cheers erupted from the crowd as Mostar Zlinski's players lined up and performed their warm-up exercises in unison. His neat attire, robust physique, and confident expression undoubtedly gave him a fierce and imposing presence. Even if these are just substitute players. Indeed, Mostar Zlinski is unwilling to waste his energy in this kind of competition. The key players wanted more rest time, so they played a match with all substitutes. Even with a completely reserved team, it will still be a tough battle for Mostar Rangers. On Mostar Zlinski's bench, Sukar spotted Modric, who looked at Sukar and nodded slightly as a greeting. Sitting next to Modric was a tall guy with brown curly hair, a high nose, and a height of 190 centimeters. This guy is Mostar Zlinski's tall center forward and the team's top scorer, Kosopek. Mostar Zlinski's 18-man squad consists of only a few key players, with the rest being substitutes. Clearly, Mostar Zlinski believes that even with a completely reserved team, they can win the game. This also reflects the confidence of Super League teams, given the significant gap in strength between them and those in the first division, let alone the second division. Of course, Mostar Wanderers have been promoted to the top division due to the league format reform, but their strength is still that of a second division team. They don't think they will lose. Starting lineups for both sides. Mostar Zlinski, 4-3-3. Goalkeeper, Pekovic. Defenders, Strike, Moliak, Pokaks, Rovsturk. Midfielders, Banjafak, Piriak, Barton. Forwards, Bohm, Baslov, Ben Mays. Mostar Rangers, 4-5-1. Goalkeeper, Baksh. Defenders, Kodik, Rottensmarch, Kobero, Rosen. Midfielders, Vitalik, Buster, Mlino, Kostarisi, Maslasic. Forward, Sukar. Mostar Zlinski fielded a completely reserved team, clearly indicating that head coach Vanstejak did not consider this a match worth their attention. Mostar Rangers are coming into our view for the first time. This team is a very fierce attacking second division, first division team. Their top scorer is Sukar, who shares the same name as Croatian legend Davor Sukar. Sukar is only 16 years old this year. This center forward who is 150 centimeters tall. The commentator's words were tinged with questions, clearly indicating that his height was a source of concern for him. This message was also conveyed to the entire stadium, and many fans saw the tiny Sukar. They were amazed by the little guy's height, since Modric's build is already considered slender in the Bosnian league, let alone Sukar's miniature stature. Damn it! He's 155 centimeters tall, he's grown. Sukar angrily clenched his fist and roared towards the commentary booth. However, his voice obviously couldn't be heard, and he could only turn his head and groan. Meanwhile, Mostar Zlinski's starting players also looked at the little Sukar with curiosity. Clearly, a center of that height posed a significant challenge to them. Off the field, in the coaching bench, Vanstejak looked at Sukar in surprise, clearly recalling the chance encounter in the bar, the boy who had volunteered to him. It did seem quite interesting at the time, but I forgot about it immediately. Clearly, Vanstejak didn't think Sukar had the ability to play in the Super League. But looking at this unconventional guy, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to him, and he was also curious about how Suk would perform in the match. Soon after the two captains guessed which side it was, both sides moved to their respective halves of the field. Mostar Zlinski kicked off first. Olip was yelling from the sidelines, constantly emphasizing the need for tight defense. Before the match began, Olip had already received news that Mostar Zlinski would field a completely reserved team, and he also made tactical arrangements accordingly. They can even analyze the characteristics of the opponent's substitute players from limited information. It can be said that during this preparation period, Olip was very dedicated and hard-working, and his efforts allowed the Mostar Rangers to understand him very well. For Mostar Zlinski, they were strangers to the Mostar Wanderers. This was evident from their inattentive gazes, they hadn't even glanced at Suk and the others. This look made Suk and the others feel very uncomfortable. "I'll show you something powerful later." Suk made a silent vow. The referee left midfield, and Mostarzlinski's forwards immediately kicked off. The match has begun. After the kickoff, Sukar immediately started his run and charged straight at the ball. Seeing Sukar sprinting across the attacking third, Mostarzlinski's players weren't nervous. After all, he was just one man and couldn't affect their passing at all. The ball was constantly being passed around, while Sukar was constantly running and pressing. The others retreated to their own half, waiting for the opponent to press forward. Soon, Mostarzlinski began his attack along the flank. Chapter 21, Let's Get Him. Mostarzlinski's attacks originate from the flanks, which is based on the main Dutch tactic of total football, making full use of the space on the flanks. After Boom controlled the ball, he didn't rush to pass it, but instead skillfully kept the ball under his control. Even though Vitalik had already reached him, confident in his skills, he didn't take him seriously at all. Vitalik moved his feet very cautiously. Bohm watched his opponent's careful movements and repeatedly made feints to break through, tricking his opponent into losing his balance, with a mocking look on his face. Just as Bohm was full of confidence and preparing to break through along the wing, he suddenly heard loud footsteps behind him. Before Bohm could turn around, a loud shout came from behind her. "Get him!" Vitalik immediately started his run and charged toward Bohm. Bohm was also taken aback, not expecting this guy to be so decisive. But just as he was about to pull the ball back, he caught a glimpse of someone rushing forward from his diagonal rear. The yellow and black striped jersey indicated that this was not his teammate. In a panic, Bohm quickly passed the ball. At that moment, Suk stretched out his short legs with all his might. Although his legs were short, they were enough. Snap! The ball struck his foot and rolled toward Mostar Rangers' half, where it was controlled by Linar. Wow! On Mostarzlinski's bench, star striker Kosopek straightened his back slightly and let out a surprised cry. Clearly, Sukar's dropping back and pressing played a crucial role. Modric smiled and nodded, while his eyes remained fixed on Sukar. Sukar got up from the ground, but instead of launching an attack towards the front, he ran laterally to receive the ball. At this moment, most of the attention was on Sukar, and Mostarzlinski's defensive line also moved inward towards the center. After receiving the ball, Mlynel immediately sprinted forward and passed the ball forward when pressed by the opposing player. Sukar made a lateral run, received a pass from Linar, stepped on the ball and pulled back, then turned 90 degrees and sprinted forward, completely ignoring the ball. Linar used this passing combination to shake off the opposing defender, grabbed the ball that Sukar had passed back, and charged toward the center. A simple passing combination and the two players' rapid forward runs threw Mostarzlinski's entire defense into chaos. Linar charged down the middle lane, while Suk sprinted down the side lane. With Mostar Rangers' two wingers, Vitalik and Maslasik, cutting inside up front, Mostarzlinski defenders had no idea who to mark. "Stop him!" Mostarzlinski's fullback Rovestik pointed at Linar and roared. Upon hearing this, the midfielders immediately rushed over. At that moment, Linar passed the ball to the wing. The ball landed right in front of Sukar as he sprinted forward. Rovestik immediately rushed towards Suk. But Sukar was closer to the ball, and he didn't have time to adjust. He made a slight run around the middle and swept the ball directly towards the center. The ball pierced through the gap between Mostarzlinski's fullback and centre-back, and was accurately placed in front of the goal. Danger! Only then did the commentator belatedly realize what was happening and exclaim in surprise. Vitalik and Maslasik attempted sliding shots from opposite ends, but both missed their chances, and the ball slipped past them and was controlled by Mostarzlinski's other fullback, Strek. Mostarzlinski's danger has been averted. A brilliant and coherent counterattack, from interception to counterattack, a total of 4 passes tore apart Mostarzlinski's defense and successfully swept the ball into the front of the goal. They were just a little bit unlucky. However, Mostar Rangers gave us a very good counterattack performance. The commentator got excited and shouted enthusiastically. What was expected to be a stomp on a weak team turned into a surprise attack by Mostar Rangers, who launched the first offensive, intercepting, and counterattacking, threatening Zlinski's goal. Among them, Sukar, wearing the number 9 jersey, played a key role. His interception and 2 passing decisions during the counterattack were both key to connecting this counterattack. This little one is something else. Ah! At this moment, Suk clutched his head and wailed in pain. What a waste of such a great opportunity. Vitalik and Maslak have a really bad sense of smell when it comes to their own doorsteps. However, Sukar didn't have much time to complain and turned back to join the defense. Sukar continued to drop back to defend, and the eyes of the fans and opposing players were also on Sukar. Especially Van Steyck, who stared blankly at Suk. In fact, he did not expect Sukar to perform like this, with a series of passes that avoided confrontation while connecting the attacking passes. Try your best to avoid your weaknesses and maximize your strengths. Judging from his opening performance alone, this guy has already been outstanding. At that moment, Van Steyck's attention began to focus on Suk. Actively retreat to defend as a center. Van Steyck nodded slightly, appreciating Suk's running style. If it were another head coach, under the current tactical thinking, they would probably think that Sukar was neglecting his duties, that a center forward was not attacking the defense but instead dropping back to defend. However, for a coach who is Dutch and advocates total football, he likes Sukar's attitude and running. Their fighting spirit is extremely high. Van Steyck nodded again, then frowned slightly, looking at his own team's sluggish attack, and couldn't help but feel annoyed. What is the fullback doing? There's space up front. Move forward. Van Steyck couldn't help but roar. In fact, his job was not going well at all. Implementing a completely new tactic in a new team is a very difficult thing in itself. Moreover, these big, burly Bosnian players only know how to engage in physical battles in midfield and have no idea about tactical coordination or positioning. Explaining tactics to them is like talking to a brick wall. Even now, these guys still can't understand what offensive coordination or infiltration means. Fortunately, Modric's presence gave him hope for the team's transformation, otherwise, it would have been a real headache. However, the team is currently fielding a completely reserve squad, and there is no midfield maestro like Modric in the team. Especially with Sukar's relentless running and interference, the way these guys play has become chaotic again. Connect. Connect. Go for it. What are you afraid of? Go back. Go back. What are you standing there for? Didn't you see the opposing center is running too? You get back and defend. Van Steyck's angry roar echoed throughout the arena. As the game progressed, they gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Sukar's desperate sprint and Mostar Rangers' tight bus tactics paid off. They repeatedly broke through the opponent's defense, while using Sukar's support in the attacking third to launch counterattacks and constantly attack the opponent's defensive line from the flanks. Despite failing to score, they repeatedly harassed Mostar Zlinski's defense. The defense, which should have been relaxed, was instead overwhelmed and in disarray, and the players were increasingly agitated. This is so unexpected. The commentator watched the game on the field, watching Mostar Zlinski's defense being breached time and time again. He never expected the game to turn out this way. Although Mostar Zlinski launched several threatening attacks, Mostar Wanderers were also pushing their defense. This is not the ideal state for the game. What should have been a match dominated by Mostar Zlinski turned into two teams stabbing each other with knives, seeing who could last longer. This caused the rhythm of the game to become chaotic, and the players of Mostar Zlinski, who were full of confidence before the game, were now playing with trepidation. Especially for the defenders, Sukar's passing and receiving made them feel extremely dangerous. Why is this little guy so annoying? That's exactly what makes it annoying. Suk was panting heavily, he was exhausted. However, his plan was to exhaust his energy by the halfway point, while also significantly depleting the opponent's energy. So far, the plan is being implemented very smoothly. They also had several brilliant counterattacks, but unfortunately they didn't score. But as long as the opponent doesn't score, this sense of urgency will continue, while also exacerbating the opponent's physical exhaustion. After all, when the game has evolved into this situation, Mostar Zlinski is under more pressure. Even if they manage a draw, Mostar Zlinski will still lose face. Another factor is the opponent's underestimation of their strength. The Mostar Wanderers came prepared, they were methodical and proceeding smoothly, which put greater pressure on their opponents. Suk wiped away his sweat and ran even harder. Get him! Sukur slid in to block the opponent's defensive route, while Linar and Vitalik sandwiched the opponent from the front and back, successfully winning the ball. Sukur scrambled to his feet and turned to sprint again. Just as he was about to run toward the opponent's goal, the referee suddenly blew his whistle. Beep beep. The halftime whistle blows. Suk slowly stopped, his chest heaving violently. He turned to look at the time and found that 45 minutes had passed. Time flies. Suk swallowed hard, plopped down on the ground, and gasped for breath. This is fucking exhausting. During the first half, Sukur barely rested, constantly tracking back to participate in defense. Thanks to Sukur and his teammates' active running and tight defense, they finally completed their mission in the first half. The score was 0-0 at halftime. Suk lay on his back on the ground, a smile on his lips. The mission is finally complete. Hey. We'll show you what's what in the second half. After thinking it over, Suk brought up his personal panel and used the status recovery card directly. Including this one, Sukka only has 2 status recovery cards left. But Suk believed that one should use it when necessary and take a gamble when necessary. Good things should be used where they are most needed. The next second, a cool sensation spread throughout his body, and Suk groaned comfortably. Mostar Zlinski's center forward, Bastalov, walks toward the players' tunnel. He looked somewhat dejected. He wasn't very satisfied with his performance in the first half. There were several opportunities, but they failed to seize them and were unable to make a breakthrough. Of course, the opposing team's short center also caused them a lot of trouble on offense. At this moment, he saw Suk lying on his back on the ground, panting heavily, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. This guy ran like crazy in the first half, and his stamina is probably completely depleted. This kind of self-destructive running cannot last. Let's see how he causes trouble in the second half. Bastrov breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, he saw Suk place his hands on either side of his head, slightly straighten his back, raise his lower limbs, and actually do a somersault. Heave-ho! He steadied himself in a standard horse stance and then jogged away. Bastalov. Chapter 22, Can't run anymore, huh? Guys. We had a fantastic first half, everything is going according to plan. Inside the locker room, Olip clapped his hands and loudly encouraged the team. As they listened to Olip's speech, smiles appeared on the players' faces. Although the first half was very close and the players were exhausted. But they are holding on to their lead and the score is currently 0-0. Baksh made some brilliant saves too. Linar said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bakshi raised his chin with a smug look on his face, and everyone couldn't help but chuckle at his smug expression. However, Baksha's exceptional performance did boost their morale. If this guy continues to be a sieve, he might concede several goals in the first half. But everything was very lucky. Suk. Olip turned to look at Sukur, and the others followed suit. Arrive. Suk shouted, his face not red and his breath not out. Although there were some traces of sweat, they were almost dry. Everyone saw Sukur's performance in the first half. As a center forward, he could have waited for the pass in the attacking third and there was no need for him to drop back to participate in the defense. But it was precisely because of Sukur's dropping back and providing defensive support that they were able to repeatedly disrupt the opponent's attack in midfield and launch counterattacks at the same time. Throughout the first half, Sukur did not have a single shot, but his several penetrating passes and link-ups gave them a great boost of confidence. The current Rangers players are no longer as timid as they were at the start of the game. After half the game, they even felt they had a chance to win. Of course, all of this depends on their small center. How's your physical exertion? Olip asked with concern. After all, it's unlikely that someone like Sukur would have enough energy to conserve after running half the field. But Suk gave a thumbs up and said, charging complete. Transfer it to me with confidence. I'm ready to storm their defenses. Upon hearing this, smiles returned to everyone's faces. Especially for Linar, it's fair to say that Sukur must perform well if they want to win this match. Despite the embarrassment, they did indeed bet their chances of victory on Sukur. Moreover, judging from Suker's current condition, it seems that he really hasn't expended much energy, which is quite surprising. Very good. Olip nodded fiercely, a hint of ferocity in his eyes, and shouted, clenching his fists, in the second half, let's teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, in the locker room on the other side, Van Styak was furious. The offense is sluggish and the defense is a mess. What about the fourth defender, attacking fullback, making forward runs? Or overlapping across the flanks? The wings didn't create enough space either, and the midfield was in complete chaos. Basterlov, I've told you many times to drop back and receive the ball. Don't always stay on the front line. Your role is to draw the opponent's defense and make the wingers cut inside. Van Stake pointed outside and shouted angrily, look at how the opposing center forward is playing. Basterlov was still reeling from the leaping over and hadn't quite recovered when he did. When he did, head coach Van Stake was glaring at him with a furious expression. Distracted during tactical discussions? Van Stake lowered his voice, giving the impression that he was about to explode. Basterlov panicked and hurriedly tried to explain, Coach, Van Styak waved his hand to interrupt, do your job in the second half, and you'd better show me how it works. Hearing the other person grit their teeth, Basterlov felt uneasy and could only nod reluctantly. In the second half, keep compressing the space for me. Don't forget the teamwork. Total football. Whether it's offense or defense, you all need to maintain teamwork. Van Stake pointed angrily at his head and said, use your stupid brains to think this through. Finally, Van Stejak pointed to centre-back Pikachi and said, mark the number 9 on the other side. That little guy will drop back frequently. Follow him when he drops back and limit him before he touches the ball. Pikachi immediately nodded and said, understood. Clap clap clap. Van Styak clapped to attract attention. Alright, in the second half, Suker's stamina has dropped a lot, take this opportunity to score. After saying that, Van Styak ended his halftime pep talk. The others looked at each other in bewilderment. Who is Suk? Modric said softly, number 9 on the other side is called Suker. Everyone suddenly realized, but then became puzzled again. The head coach actually knew that number 9's name was Suker. At this moment, Van Stake was leaning against the wall with one shoulder, writing furiously in a notebook. He drew a tactical map in his notebook and began to work on some tactical running directions. They also marked the surrounding area from time to time. He stared intently at the tactical map, a glimmer of light slowly appearing in his eyes. As the patterns on the notebook in my hand became increasingly messy, resembling doodles, the thoughts in my mind became clearer and clearer. Phew. Van Stake closed his notebook and sighed softly, let me take another look. Modric was in high spirits, and despite the team's deteriorating situation, he was happy for his friend's performance. Modric doesn't feel a strong sense of belonging to Mostar Zlinski, so he pays more attention to his friend's performance than the outcome of the match. Suker's performance in the first half even greatly inspired him. His active running in the first half put immense pressure on their passing game, while he also frequently intercepted and tackled in midfield. It can be said that Suker was the key to stopping their attack in the first half. During counter-attacks, Suker's passing and linking play was also very effective. However, the two wingers of Mostar Rangers were too slow to react in front of goal and failed to keep up with Suker's pass, thus failing to score. If they had a better striker, they probably would have fallen behind. What pleased Modric the most was the change in head coach Van Stejak. Modric is introverted and extremely sensitive, which makes him very perceptive of changes in his surroundings. He could clearly sense that head coach Van Stake had begun to pay close attention to Suker, especially after several beautiful passing combinations. This feeling became even stronger. But this is also reasonable. As the Dutch head coach, Van Stejak's total football strategy was perfectly suited to Suker's style of play in the first half. Aside from Suker's height and physique, his performance was like a cannon blasting into Van Stake's heart. It was both nerve-wracking and exciting. Mostar Zlinski currently retains a set of tactics, namely the English-style tactic of using the battering ram of tall striker Kosapisi to launch long balls and crosses. Modric will also be a key midfielder in this tactic, and his long-range shots can threaten the opponent's goal. But Van Stejak disapproved of such crude tactics, he wanted to play with more finesse. Therefore, he always asked the substitute center, Bastilov, to drop back and take on the role of a false nine. But in fact, Bastilov completely failed to understand what the head coach was saying. He was naturally slow to grasp tactics, simply put, he was not very bright and did not know how to adapt. After numerous attempts, Van Steyck was almost discouraged and lost all confidence. Seeing Suk's performance at this moment was like giving a drowning person a lifeline. Although this straw was thin, it gave Van Steyck hope. In the first half alone, Suker had already won over Van Steyck. As for the second half, as long as Suker doesn't make any major mistakes, everything will fall into place. Thinking of this, Modric couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is something making you happy? Kossup turned to look at Modric. Modric immediately stopped smiling and said sullenly, "It's nothing." Kossup scratched his head and smiled, "Do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you to my house for dinner." Kossup extended a friendly gesture to the Croatian prodigy. As a fellow Croatian and a gifted individual, Kossup felt he had every reason to cultivate a good relationship with Modric, despite Modric's withdrawn and difficult-to-negotiate personality. Sure enough, Modric shook his head and said, "I have something to do tonight." Kossup sighed inwardly, "Well, we'll just have to reschedule for another time." Modric's lips twitched slightly, he wanted to refuse even the next time. When they returned to the bench, the players from both sides had already switched sides. The commentator's voice was full of passion. After an unexpected first half, the score remains 0-0. The team, also from the Mostar First Division, has dealt a heavy blow to the local powerhouse. Mostar Rangers performed exceptionally well throughout the first half. They were very active in their running and their defense was extremely tight. In particular, their little center forward, Suker, was outstanding. We can expect him to continue to deliver an even better performance in the second half. The vast majority of fans at the stadium already remembered Suker. It's hard not to pay attention to Suker, who is only 155 centimeters tall but delivered a brilliant performance. After all, the entire first half was just Suker running around the field. He was there during the offensive. He's also there for defense. It's hard to dislike such a hard-working guy, even if he's their opponent. The way he runs so hard is inspiring. Of course, Mostar Zrinski's fans just thought it was an accident. After adjustments, they will win the game in the second half, and Suker's stamina will inevitably have dropped significantly, making it impossible for him to replicate the running he did in the first half. At this moment, the second half of the game began with the sound of the whistle. At the start of the match, Suker immediately darted into the opponent's back line and held his position firmly. Bokasic watched as Suker stopped running like he had in the first half, and a smug look crept onto his face. "Go ahead and run. Go ahead and run. Can't run anymore now, right?" Chapter 23, Hard Eat. Suka was positioned in the opponent's back line, and he didn't run and press as aggressively as he did in the first half. After all, their tactical intentions changed after entering the second half. Suk's card has also been replaced. All the interception and prediction cards were replaced, and Andre's sprint and Robert's dribbling were hung on the panel. The latter is one thing, but the former is a deadly weapon. Suker's speed has been greatly improved, with a combined speed of 87 points, which is impressive even in the top 5 leagues. With that speed and explosiveness combined with Inzaghi's awareness, he could deliver a devastating blow to the opponent's defense. Of course, this is on the premise that Linar must withstand the pressure. "Boss. Hold on." Suk prayed silently in his heart. Football is a team sport, one person's strength alone is useless, as it requires cooperation. Linar was under a lot of pressure, but thanks to the physical strain his teammates had put on the opponent in the first half, the game was relatively easier for him. The main reason is that the decline in physical fitness has caused the overall pace to slow down. If the pace is too fast, Linar will be wasted. Of course, the current task is still to do a good job in defense. Linar relentlessly pursued and intercepted the enemy's rear defense, repeatedly battling against them. At this point, as the tactical system gradually took hold, Mostar Zrinski also pushed forward, even reaching the vicinity of the midfield line at one point. Suk and the others were getting a little anxious. Just then, Mostar Zrinski suddenly crossed the ball. However, center forward Bastilov, who should have been in the center to contest the header, had just entered the penalty area line. Damn it! Off the field, Mostarzlinski's head coach, Vanstejak, covered his face. Stupid as a pig. Bastilov was also anxious to catch up, but he was too late. By the time he arrived, the ball had already been cleared by the opposing defender, Rosen. The ball fell to the feet of Mostar Rangers midfielder Kostarisi. Without any pressure, he calmly controlled the ball and unhurriedly passed it to the advancing Linar. Linar dribbled the ball forward and immediately looked up. At this moment, Suk also tensed up and immediately made a retreating gesture. Don't even think about running. Bokasi immediately followed. He knew very well what the consequences would be if he let the short striker receive the ball. Therefore, when Sukur starts to move, you must immediately follow up and not allow Sukur to have the ball as easily as he did in the first half. Both players moved at the same time, Sukur retreated, and Bokasic followed up to defend. This created an opening in the back. Suk and Linar both saw the opening. After retreating a few steps, Suk immediately turned around and stomped his feet hard on the ground. This turnaround was completely unexpected, and most importantly, with its powerful explosive force, it managed to shake off Bokasi in an instant. At that moment, Linar also passed the ball into the open space. This was a clever forward run. What? Bokasi was shocked. When he tried to turn around and grab Suk, Suk was nowhere to be seen. Suk's feet moved at an extremely fast pace, his two short legs like wheels of fire, frantically striding forward. Sukur, sprint forward. Oh my God! The commentator exclaimed, he's so fast. Sukur's speed is astonishing, and his rapid footwork gives the impression of lightning speed. In contrast, when Bokasi turned around to chase back, he was already 3 or 4 body lengths behind Suk. What's the point of chasing after them? Seeing this, his centre-back partner, Malik, was also shocked and immediately stepped into cover for him. Both players rushed toward the ball at the same time. Sukur was a bit further away, but he was too fast and was rapidly closing the distance to the ball. Charge! Suk! Run! So fast! The wind chaser! The moment Sukur started running, the entire stadium held its breath. Their inner passion was instantly ignited, and this violent speed contest was even more heart-pounding. We're too late. Moriarty groaned inwardly. He could only sprint a few steps forward before launching a shovel, trying to keep Suk in place. But at this moment, Suk suddenly lowered his head, pushed off with his feet again, and accelerated a second time, managing to cross the gap. It's over. A one-on-one attack. The commentator jumped up. Everyone present stared wide-eyed. Olip roared excitedly. Modric clenched his fist. Kosopij also opened his mouth in surprise. Mostarzlinski's head coach, Vanstejak, also watched this scene in astonishment. Only when Sukur dribbled into the penalty area did he have time to look up. But at that very moment, he suddenly felt an obstacle under his feet. The next second, Suk flipped over and fell several times. The ball was firmly held in the arms of the opposing goalkeeper, Pekovic. Ah! The commentator clutched his head. Pekovic's comeback was very timely, he thwarted this brilliant one-on-one opportunity. The ball was handled too slowly. Olip also held his head, his face full of regret. Modric couldn't help but sigh. Even the opposing coach, Vanstejak, frowned and his lips twitched slightly, clearly regretting the missed one-on-one opportunity. However, Vanstejak soon felt even more excited. Suk's explosive power and speed just now surprised him. Even within their own ranks, this speed is absolutely super fast. He had assumed that Sukur's abilities lay in intercepting attacks in the attacking third, his abundant stamina, and his passing coordination. But unexpectedly, he was also good at this kind of sudden forward run and using absolute speed and explosiveness to overpower defenders. These are two very different styles, but when they are combined in one person, even Vanstejak couldn't help but be curious. Who on earth raised such a freak? Mostarzlinski's starting center forward, Kosopek, was also surprised, asking, what kind of center is this guy? Most players have their own playing style and unique characteristics. For example, Kosip used his height and strong physique to serve as a battering ram. He lacks finesse on his feet, but he possesses sufficient height and strength, which allows him to score goals in aerial duels using his impressive heading ability. At the same time, his archery skills were also outstanding. This is also his greatest characteristic. But what about Suk? This guy can pass, steal, run, and drive. He also has great awareness. While he could be considered an all-rounder, his height and physical strength are lacking. If you say he's not suited for center, then his role is so obvious. In short, it's a complete mess. But precisely because of this guy is completely uncontrollable. I'm afraid he'll drop back to receive the ball, but I'm also afraid he'll make a forward run and break through. If you don't follow up with the defense, this guy will use passing to connect the offense. When following up on defense, this guy can also take advantage of the gaps created and use his absolute speed to make a forward run. How the hell can you defend against that? Kosopek, who also plays the center forward position, was silently praying for their backup defenders. At this moment, Suk had already stood up. He felt no frustration at having wasted the opportunity. He turned around, clapped his hands, and said, "Boss, great pass. You'll definitely score next time. Guys, give it your all, we can do it." Sukur loudly rallied the morale of the Mostar Wanderers, and the spirits were further boosted after this threatening attack. Mostarslinsky, danger. The commentator couldn't help but say. From initially unconditionally supporting Mostarslinsky to now wavering in his stance, the commentator's mindset is the same as the fans. The main reason was that Sukur and Mostar's wave of attacks had a huge impact on them. Despite not scoring, the opponent continued to threaten their defense, and under this pressure, they would eventually break down. Moreover, Mostarslinsky now faces another problem. How should Suk be restricted? I used to think that as long as I kept up, there wouldn't be any problems, but now this guy has turned around and started running like crazy, and I can't catch up at all. Mostarslinsky's defense was in complete disarray. I think head coach Vanstejak should make some adjustments. The commentator paused, and on camera, he saw Van Stake sitting in the coach's bench, head down, writing furiously in his notebook, showing no intention of looking up to watch the game, and even a hint of excitement on his face. He was muttering something under his breath. At this moment, Van Stake looked at the perfectly closed-loop tactical system in his notebook, a system that he could fully execute under the total offense and total defense tactic. In this system, the center position is clearly labeled Sukur. Van Stake's eyes gleamed, and his face was beaming with a smile. The smile was unfamiliar to everyone else, but it was very familiar to Modric. "My darling. My darling. Another darling." Modric slightly turned his head away, revealing a look of disgust. The head coach was clearly distracted, and Mostarslinsky's defense was in complete disarray thanks to Sukur, with the chaos even spreading to the midfield. Linar's passing and receiving became much easier, and Mostar Rangers played with great momentum. "Retreat. Retreat. Keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on Suk. Don't stick your foot out. Don't, dog poop." This time, Sukur received another pass from Linar and made a high-speed run down the wing. His forward runs are so fast that it's hard for others to keep up with his speed. When the fullback barely managed to follow up and attempt to limit or intercept, Sukur actually flicked the ball to his left. "Damn it." Mostarslinsky's fullback Rovestic cursed under his breath and barely managed to turn around, but at that moment Sukur changed direction again and passed the ball through his legs. The rapid, consecutive changes of direction caused Rovestic, who was already off balance, to fall to the ground. He was thrown off balance. Meanwhile, Sukur dribbled the ball and charged into the penalty area. Facing the defensive posture of the opposing defenders and goalkeeper, he swung his right foot and, just as the opponent's center of gravity shifted, lightly landed his right foot, passing the ball diagonally backward. The center of the penalty area was now a huge gap, and everyone was drawn to the wing by Sukur. Linar met the gentle pass and easily pushed the ball forward with a shot. Whoosh! The ball went into the net with a thud. In the 71st minute, Mostar Rangers scored the first goal. Sukur, number 9, assisted Linar, number 10, to score. Mostar Rangers lead Mostarslinsky 1-0.